Testing. 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 Hey Matthias, how's it going? Okay, there's our music. Everything should be good. So I'm going to start recording for the heck of it. Okay, so first and foremost, we're actually going to start with this one. Is that gameplay? Oh, it's the Elgato. That's what was messing with me. Whoa, YouTube stream. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of these. Mainly just because they're, well, I mean, my Twitch partnership, it kind of takes precedence in terms of, like, streams and streaming and whatnot. And also, just I don't like to put all my eggs in one basket. Speaking of that topic, though, that's part of the reason why I'm doing this. I'm trying to diversify a little bit. Let's get rid of some of this. I want to make this guy look kind of... Let's see. No, it would be this. something like this. I haven't drawn a hoodie much. I guess what it does is it kind of ruffles up more, and then it kind of just does this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I don't do a whole lot of YouTube streams for obvious reasons. Just because I'm gonna make this guy have a Deadpool sweatshirt. I'll have to redo the logo once we get there. Let's see. Not switching over. There we go. Perfect. Should be fine. Let's see. Okay. So I don't do these very often. But I want to put my artwork somewhere, and usually when I stream stuff on the regular Wanderbot channel, like the Twitch channel, the artwork is kind of hit and miss, and I'm not entirely sure, you know, if this will be the place where I do all of my artwork, or just some of it, or just for today. But I wanted to stream this specifically because it's video essay related stuff. And also just because, I don't know, why not? Diversify a little bit. And so, yeah, I'm going to be working on my next video essay. And maybe that's just it, that whenever I'm working on a video essay, it just goes over here instead. Or maybe D&D stuff, or who knows. I'll think about it. I'll see what performs well. Part of it is I've just been... YouTube has been a slumpy lately, in a way that I'm not the happiest about. And I realize, like, so much of it is just kind of just whatever. I just need a game to do phenomenally well, and then it's not a big deal. But until then, it's always just kind of frustrating just to be on the receiving end of it. Okay. This guy is gonna have broader shoulders than I'm giving him. At this point, this is good. If you're wondering why I'm drawing kind of a gross dude, this is for the backseating video, and I have several characters that are very specifically caricatures of backseaters. You know, the people that are just randomly rude to me, the people that are telling me way too much information, the characters that act like they know so much more than anybody else. Let me see if I can find them. Gosh, where did I actually scoot these in? Huh. Oh, this is the old script that I need to get rid of. Because I keep looking at the old script and it's messing with me. Okay, it's this one. Because yeah, I've the old script that I keep opening up, and then it's just like, oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, there we go. So the first one that kind of probably looks like a weird gremlin shell, here, this one, is her just, you know, pointlessly criticizing me. And then the next guy is kind of the like know-it-all kind of person that's just judging you for your actions. Me for my actions? I don't know. Let's see, what's the next one? Oh, right. This is the Muppet. I gotta look up a Muppet. Let me pop out chat so I can actually read it while I Google things. Because I'm going to have that open at all times. Okay, let's just do Muppet. Just search Muppets. Unfortunately, a lot of Muppets are actually... I need, like, a generic Muppet. Who's the most generic Muppet-looking character? Well, actually... So... This guy is the well, actually. It's very much the well, actually. The next one I'm doing is a character, who's, like... Oh, there we go. Perfect. How would I describe it? Have you guys ever seen me run into this problem? And I've definitely run into it on camera. But the people that will show up to chat and tell me something, and they're wrong. And they're so wrong that, like, I try and follow up on whatever information they give me. Like, they're so wrong that they sound right. And they're so convinced that they are right that they will tell me over and over and over again, like, do this, do this, do this. You know, I know I'm right, so on and so forth. And then I finally, like, corner them, and I'm like, okay, what's the deal? I'm not finding this. And they're like, well, I actually don't know. I just thought it would work this way. And it's just infuriating. Okay, so let's hide trash shell. Now we need a Muppet. This might not necessarily be the Muppet. Okay, never mind. We good. Let's get rid of the eyes. They should be looking in the right place. Almost looks like somebody straight out of that Robots movie instead. There we go. I'll give him a slightly split look just for the hell of it. Okay, what kind of hair do I give him? It's a Muppet. It could be anything. I mean, the thing is, I had Shell voice it, so... Okay. I'm kind of digging this energy. Oh, there we go. Let's see. I wonder if this channel still exists. And speaking of people with kind of Muppety looking things. I know these guys. God damn it. I know these guys had puppets. It looks like they might have moved away from the puppets. No, they still have them. Okay. Now, what would weird Muppet? Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna rep a random dev studio. There we go. Perfect. I'll have to give slightly bigger arms than this, though. Let's see. And I might resize the head to make it bigger. But as far as, like, semi-generic weird Muppet character, this is fine. Okay. Okay. And this is actually too far out. Let's see. Shirt here. Couple of creases. Still haven't figured out what I'm gonna do for the hair. But that's fine. Okay. And then we're just gonna rep aggro crab for no goddamn reason on this shirt. It has nothing to do with them. But I love their logo. Aggro Crab are the people that did Going Under. I love their game. I should go back to it at some point. I never finished it. I kind of finished, like, part of this story. Yeah, they straight up have, like, a crab with a serrated knife sword. Perfect. I just realized I'm not a mod here. Could have sworn I was. You're a mod on the main channel. This is the side channel. I haven't modded everybody. Okay. There we go. You know, I realize this is almost looking like some kind of alt Aaron Hansen Muppet. I'll give him darker, well, her darker hair. Let's see. Maybe not quite as high of peaks. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. This is just a character that's just gone. There's no brain there. Just unmitigated knowledge dumps that don't even mean anything because they're wrong. Okay. As far as, like, weird-ass characters that'll just pop up, here we go. I can reuse this whenever I want. What do Muppet feet look like? Muppet feet. I mean, they almost never have feet. Okay. I regret searching for this. It's nothing, it's meaningless. Yeah, it's just round. There we go. Okay, was that? Yes, there's another one. There's one more. The last one is... Oh, this one's a tough one. Because the last one specifically is a character that is just absolutely barfing information at me. Let's see. I have lost my chat. Oh, that's because I'm on Chrome again. I'm pretty sure Nightbot does not exist in this chat. No, I'd have to figure out how to hook it up. Actually... Let's see if I can hook it up. And the answer is I could hook it up, but it would not keep all of my commands. I really wish there was a way I could actually share Nightbot through multiple. Because Nightbot is not actually a Twitch thing. Like, straight up, Nightbot is an independent bot that works on both platforms. The main issue is just that there's no way that I can log in to multiple accounts with my Nightbot. Like, with my Nightbot profile. So I'd have to redo every single one of the commands. I thought it was a universal Twitch bot. Nope. No, it's a private thing. It's just Nightbot is so ubiquitous, everybody thinks it's attached to Twitch. What do I do for the last one? Because it's a character... This is why I don't like sketching on camera, because I always just sit there kind of staring for a little while. It's YouTube streaming buffers way more than Twitch. That might be my fault. Let me see if I can fix that. Oh. I'd have to take the stream down for it. Because what I currently have is ultra low latency, which is probably causing the buffering. But I'd have to take the stream down for it. Try dropping the quality, Matthias, because currently I'm streaming at 1080p 60 FPS at 5K bitrate, and that might be too much for your internet. Okay, so let's turn off the Muppet. So this is a character that specifically is effectively reading off a Prima guide. Oh. Yeah. I said I was going to stream artwork, Shell. But no, I'm working on the caricatures right now. Grab the mic. Hang out.
I was napping. Why have you awoken me from my slumber?
I have not done no such thing. You awoke yourself.
Well, I heard you from across the house. I also can't see chat, so...
Yeah. Let's see, I can pull up a second one for you, maybe? YouTube. I am streaming right now.
Oh, you're streaming on YouTube
Yeah.
rather than Twitch? How do you pull out the chat?
Well,
How am I to see chat?
how am I supposed to manage any of this? Unfortunately, they changed how live streaming works. And
You see, if Wander hasn't
so
explained
here's
it,
the problem.
yeah.
It has this stupid menu here being like, welcome to the new YouTube live control room. When you want to go live, I'm streaming right now. Huh. Well, that's weird. Oh, well. And it's just, okay, there we go. I got rid of it. There we go. Perfect. But just this stupid tutorial pop-up being like, hey, check this out. And it's like, I am well aware this exists. Fighting with streaming is fun. Let's see if I can change the font size. Nope. Alright. We're just going to make it big. Oh, that's not great.
What happened?
So I cannot increase the size of chat for you.
Oh.
It has to be that small because if I zoom in,
adjust
it
it?
zooms in every single website, which is
Including what you're
obnoxious.
working on?
What was that?
Including what you're working on right now, or no?
No, not what I'm working on, but like I would have to say if I'm Googling anything, I'd have to Google it at like super giant size.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Well, then why don't you show me chat on the television?
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Because even though on your upper screen I can only see the thumbnails, I don't necessarily need to see what you're drawing immediately.
There we go.
Or I
Plus,
can pull it
I
up
could
on something
I could make
else.
the stream bigger.
No, it's okay.
What? Ah. Oh boy.
What's going on?
Oh, it just moved my displays in a very strange manner, so that my far left monitor or far left displays was not in the far left. Watch in picture-in-picture.
People are asking when was the last time Wander streamed to YouTube. Probably a long time ago. What happened was, well, you're streaming with Wanderbot Prime, right? Or are you streaming with Wanderbot?
I'm currently streaming on Wanderbot Prime.
Right. Yeah, so the interesting thing is, a long time ago, Wander used to stream simultaneously, just Let's Play, through gameplay on both Twitch and YouTube. But when his Twitch channel got large enough to be partnered, Twitch actually forces you to sign a contract saying that when you're streaming on Twitch, you cannot be sharing the stream onto YouTube, so you can't be streaming them simultaneously. They kind of want the streams that you have on Twitch to be exclusive to Twitch. Doesn't mean that you can't chop up the footage after the fact and end up putting it on YouTube as a more permanent archive like we do. But, oof, this music is weird.
It's the Loop Hero soundtrack.
Oh. Maybe it's just a little loud on my end and I can barely hear myself thinking over it. But that essentially meant that it was the end of YouTube streaming for Wander because he didn't want to have separate streams for YouTube. Though this is... I don't know. Have you tried art streams on Twitch?
I have. I used to do it with D&D assets.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And like I've done it, and I will probably do it again. I don't know. I wanted to try streaming on Wanderbot Prime just to see how it would do.
Wanderbot Prime is an experiment in and of itself.
Yeah, it's my thoughts are I would like to use Wanderbot Prime as kind of like I do what I want as kind of like a test bed thing.
And it's also for content that isn't Let's Playing.
Mhm.
Because Let's Playing is a constant churn and is a lot of content that you put out on a daily basis, and it can drown anything else out. So it's not really good to have a channel that has Let's Plays share that space with reviews or tutorials or things like that, you know?
Yeah.
And particularly things like art, because you're going to release one art video and it's going to get buried in 10 Let's Play videos and then 100 Let's Play videos. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. And people are only going to find it if they're specifically searching for it, which is part of the reason why my channel, my main channel at least, is able to exist. Because search results, at least for a while, were carrying things, and still do to some degree. Though it's not as good as it used to be.
Yep. So, in part, it's why content creators on YouTube do have sometimes up to 3 channels or more, depending on what kind of content they're creating. Though I've always seen it the opposite. When Wander has been doing a lot of research into, you know, people that do story times or animatics or various talks and reviews and such. And it's interesting because if they focus on gaming, or if they like science fiction and fantasy and usually focused on that in their animatics and stuff, usually they go the opposite route where they make all of their videos and they become highly successful with those before deciding, hey, people actually want to see us playing some of these games. Rather than just making animations and talking about them, you know, let's make a separate gaming channel. Though I find that some of them give up on the gaming channel pretty fast.
Many do. Partly because...
Oh, people are asking which one's drawing. Wander is drawing right now. I haven't started streaming my art. I've been taking a long hiatus because of people constantly stealing it all the time and putting it onto merchandise and junk. It's a long story, but I shouldn't regale everyone with my struggles and my woes, because I already do that on our other streams.
Yeah, Shell does it endlessly.
Well, because it's constant.
It's true.
And the unfortunate thing is, it's up to the artists to issue reports. Like, sites don't police themselves for infringement and for people stealing other people's work. So if you are a creator of any sort and there isn't an automatic system that can detect things in place, you have to either get told by a fan or find it yourself and then issue report after report after report. And it is so tedious. And it's, ugh. You're saying, sister is starting to get more into professional photography. Worry about her, that she's going to be dealing with the exact same issue. Yes, probably. Actually, I would almost say that it could be worse for photographers than artists. Because
depends what you're doing, though. Like,
it really depends. Because if the thing is, though, where people say, hey, you shouldn't be reposting or stealing people's art and stuff. And yeah, a lot of people tend to prefer art for their profile pictures and reposts and whatnot. But photographers get it so bad, because whereas something clicks in people's minds when they see artwork, they think to themselves, oh, someone somewhere out there made this piece of art. People look at a photograph and they're like, well, this is an image of a real thing. I can use it, right? Do you know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I find that people that, especially if they are landscape and wildlife photographers, have it real bad, because those images can get put on, you know, various CD, you know, clip art, free to use, whatever sites, or just reposted incessantly and put up as reference and stuff. So, because if you don't have your name on it, essentially, people are going to take it without second thought. So, yeah, I don't know what photography your sister's getting into. If it's...
Like, realistically, if...
Oh, really? Am I quiet in comparison to you? Maybe.
Here, 1 second. Talk for a bit.
Hello, hello.
You're
Hi.
only a little quieter than me.
Okay.
Go to your knob.
My knob.
Yeah, go to your knob.
I will go to the knob.
Because you should probably turn it up anyway.
Which knob is it?
Okay.
I cannot.
So, when I talk loudly, see how there's a green light next to mine?
Oh,
You're one to the left of that. When you talk?
This?
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
This one?
wait a minute. Why is yours all the way on the left and mine's on the right? Now, does that mean I switch it left or do I switch it right?
No. Yours should be right next to mine.
Is this?
Yeah. I mean,
This?
unfortunately, it's dark in this room, so I can't see knobs. Here. So,
Hello.
no, this is you. This is me.
Oh,
This is you.
We need to color them at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of tape. All right, try talking.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Part
a
of the
little bit
reason why I had you turned down was because you scream.
better. Okay, so she's mostly experimenting, but some of her pictures are, well, landscape and animals. Yep. And this goes for artwork too. I wouldn't put anything
Can
online.
you stand up for like 2 seconds? I guess it was fine.
Okay.
It's just our head.
Yeah, I would just don't put anything up without very clear copyright. Like, you know, the copyright symbol with your full name, at least in the corner, but then also have a second watermark at the very least somewhere in the middle with a transparency, because yeah, people will take that. Also low res images as well. But yep. Yeah, because at least with art, people acknowledge that an artist made it. But with photographs, I mean, you have photographs that are from news sources, you have photographs that are from reference libraries, you have photographs from... It's very easy for photographs to get redistributed and thrown around, and there are some photographers, actually it's pretty scary. I've read some stories about there was a photographer that had taken a very pretty picture of, say, I think it was Mount Fuji or something, and they posted it for fun to Reddit, but it went viral and everywhere, and because they didn't have their watermark or their name on it, and it just kept going and going and going, and soon it was appearing in articles and on businesses' web pages, and people were trying to sell it on prints and stuff. But it's insane what people will do with an image. So that guy, he definitely regretted that. And then there was another story. So even portraiture, if it's for people like, say, weddings and such, usually that isn't so bad, but there have been instances where people have found out that their portraits were used by artists to make artwork, like heavily referencing it. That's the other thing too, is I draw from my imagination, but there are some artists out there that will actually pretty much copy one for one what references they use, and they look at photographs and they go, oh, it's a photograph, right? I can use this as reference. But the problem is if the photographer didn't give artists permission to reference their artwork, then it pretty much is the same as just copying or tracing someone else's piece of art. Photography is another type of art in a way, because yes, you're taking a snapshot with a camera of something as it exists, but you know, there's photographers need to travel to the locations where they take their photos. They need to get themselves in the position to find the subject matter that they're photographing. They need to know how to frame the shot. And sometimes they do use a little bit of Photoshop or something to make adjustments to the color and the clarity and a host of other settings. So, yeah, people look at photographs and they think, oh, resources, for references or just things to throw in articles and stuff. But no, photographers, they do have to spend a lot of time and money getting the proper equipment and developing the skill to make their creations as well.
Let's see. Is this a drawing for a future campaign or fun or both? So this is specifically for the video essay that should be going out later this week. I decided to really up the ante as far as like quality goes. That I'm gonna try and have at least one video a week on Wanderbot Prime eventually. But that's kind of tough. So we'll see.
Yep. Also do a lot of research on copyright laws and how to register
Ciao.
pictures. Yeah, I know. People are just talking about it. I was actually really impressed. I submitted a number of my paintings to the U.S. Copyright Office for official registration so that I can...
Shell, did you just wait for me to have a gap in what I was saying so that you could interject and just keep talking about whatever you want?
Sorry.
This is why you're banned from talking about copyright.
I'm banned from talking about a number of things.
Star Wars and copyright.
Eh.
Take your time, Wander. I mean, it's fine. It's just a matter of, like, if I don't stop Shell right here, there is no stopping her.
I just wanted to comment on how I was very surprised that how swiftly the U.S. Copyright Office got me my latest copyrights. So now I have a bunch of nice-looking official certificates for my art. Not that they're really going to help me, because sure, if you have your work registered, you're more easily able to litigate against offenders in court. But the problem is, it costs artists thousands of dollars just to get consultation fees and even hire a lawyer. And also, half the thieves that would take your work are in countries or in places where you can't really litigate against them. And also, if you report them and the websites take down the stuff, then they go, okay, our job is done, right? We're not going to give you any further information about the thieves. They may have even deleted their accounts and gone elsewhere. And you just go, "Ugh." That's the one thing I don't like about anonymity on the internet. Because
Okay, Shell.
people can't be held accountable of things. Okay, well, let's segue this into... so Wander
I was actually responding to a question, and you're just like, copyright.
Yeah. So...
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, let's talk about something that's relevant. So, now that I broached the topic of anonymity on the internet, Wander is drawing a menagerie of very angry and snobby people, portraying individuals, or at least what you imagine individuals who've commented on your videos, what they would look like, or at least how they look like based on the comments that they're saying. So, and this is a huge topic with online communities and content creators and stuff in general. Do you think that it's impossible to ask people for a modicum of respect and tact online?
I think it is impossible to get certain people to actually there will always be a number of people that will never respect you, no matter how hard you try. The trick is to remove them from your community.
Oh, what are you doing?
Switching over to Illustrator.
You're doing Illustrator now.
Some of these I have to zoom in on,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be so much easier to do so if they're vector. Specifically, Here, let me switch the display first. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. So specifically this one, this is your know-it-all?
No, wait a minute. Some of these people are starting to look like Muppets.
That one? Yeah.
Though that one up there.
This one 100% is supposed to look like a Muppet. That was intentional.
And they have a dagger-wielding crab.
And I snagged the logo from Agro Crab, which is a developer that I like, but I just wanted to put it somewhere because it's such a good logo. But the Muppet was the Muppet's the
Infringement.
what?
Infringement. Also, is that Deadpool?
Yeah.
Infringement.
Eh.
I mean, that's based off a T-shirt you kind of own.
Yeah, I do
But-
own that shirt. I can do it slightly differently. So it's like, here for the Deadpool one, I'll make it a square or like a diamond, and so it's kind of like the weird knockoff more than anything else. It is so weird watching myself actively in the corner of my screen, moving around. Okay, so let's start with the goblin.
My issue is I'm seeing two of it moving around.
You're right. Okay, so I can.
It wouldn't be so bad if it was just one, but the fact
Yeah,
that
you
it's
can just
two,
see it through my my OBS.
Yes.
There we go. Instead, let's see. Isn't knockoff Deadpool Spider-Man? Spider-Man was first, I think. Okay, so to finish talking about the would it be possible to demand that people respect you? The answer is no. But think of it as
Well,
like
if there's anything to dissuade people from being nasty on the web,
I mean, I don't think so. I think no
aside
matter
from very strict policies that mean you get instant bans.
Yeah, I think no matter what, it's much more about like weeding a garden. I think of it as weeding a garden. That you're never going to be able to convince the weeds not to grow in your garden, but you can remove them, and you can remove them fairly quickly, as long as you're willing to put in the effort. And
the good thing about YouTube, at the very least, is that you do have that degree of control within your own comment section, because YouTube creators, you can actually ban certain words, and what will happen is any comment made with those words can get put in a held for review area, which means that they don't go live in public until you approve of them.
yeah, and I would say our filters at this point have caught a lot. What I might do specifically is reach out to some of my buddies and ask them.
What's on their word lists?
Yeah, because I know Rito's mentioned a couple, and I was like, oh shoot, those are actually like really good words. And then promptly forgot what they were, and would very much like to grab them.
But the good thing about that is you have full veto power. You can look at a bad comment and go, ouch, that hurts, but also, haha,
Yeah,
gone forever.
it's a lot easier. It used to hurt a lot more, I think, when I was smaller, and I wouldn't remove these comments and they wouldn't get caught. And so I would just find them, a week or month later, and there'd just be a bunch of like shitty comments mirroring it, like alongside it, people responding like, that was so painful, oh my god, I know, I couldn't handle it, the facepalm was real, just stuff like that, and just having this like endless peanut gallery of people responding in a kind of a negative sense. That was a lot less fun, because it was kind of like, it's easier to pretend that it's just an isolated incident, when in reality a lot of these shitty people are not unique in their viewpoints. But it's easier to at least not be bothered by it when they're held for review, and then there's no one else to echo them? Question mark.
Where it is annoying on places like, say, Twitter, where people make kind of nasty comments to each other, and aside from people reporting to Twitter with enough proof that it's intentionally harming you, otherwise, what? You know, there is so much on places like Twitter that...
Well, I think that's a lot of that has to do with the fact that Twitter itself as a website has become a place of people yelling at each other.
Mm-hmm.
That I think it originally used to be maybe a little bit friendlier, but I've noticed it's generally less kind now. And I don't know if it's YouTube comments leaking. I don't know if it's just the state of the world and everybody's just taking shit out on each other. It's probably a lot of different things.
People have also mentioned that the lack of characters, you know, having these very short bursts and phrases and sayings, people can't really explain themselves or talk at length about something. But I think the other thing too is because the tweets are so short, haven't there also been instances where people retweet only a specific section?
Yeah,
of
that makes a
someone's-
person look bad.
Yeah, and other things. But I think also because people can't untag themselves from threads and a whole host of other things, it's just...
You kind of can. You can just block the thread now. So, like, you might still get...
But it means it's still there. It's still online.
It is still there.
And people can search for things.
Yeah. Oh, man. Speaking of Twitter being kind of the endless rage machine,
Uh-huh.
I'll pull it up.
But don't show it on screen.
I mean, it's a public tweet. I'm just gonna... Oh, right. Wrong window.
No. Don't show anything. This isn't showing on
No.
your screen, right? It's just the grump tooth.
Yeah, I'll pull it over, just for context.
Please
see. Here
don't
we go.
show
Shall-
something like that on here.
It's fine. But this happened. So Alexa had said, you know, Orbital and I have devolved the Fortnite series into cyberbullying children with obscure game mechanics. And I said, it's not cyberbullying if you have a moral imperative to do it. Just purely as a joke, you know, that I don't really expect people to actually, you know, they shouldn't be bullying kids outright, but it's like, you know, that's just how they're playing the game, and that's what it's turned into. But this guy got really mad at me, saying that, you know, you're the problem. I think the problem is a lot of people are so, like, so many people are just jonesing for a fight on the internet that a lot of discourse...
What even was the cyberbullying you were referring to?
What was that?
What were you referring to?
It's like, so specifically, it's cyberbullying children with obscure game mechanics. So presumably they're finding tricks that they have figured out that might not be apparent to, like, a younger player of Fortnite, that they can abuse to make the other players' lives harder. What's a good example? I mean, it would be like camping in very specific spots that people might not know about unless they did the research, or, you know, I actually don't know, and I'd have to ask them, but it's a competitive game, so, like, no matter what, every level of interaction to some degree is
I don't like competitive games.
cyberbullying. Yeah. But, like, realistically, no, they're not actually cyberbullying kids. Cyberbullying takes, like, a much further
Oh.
stance.
That's interesting. Poe's law is very much a thing. If you say something sarcastic, regardless of obviousness, someone will take it seriously. Growing up, I was taught that honesty was something to be championed to such an extent that sarcasm just didn't fit into my psyche. So for years, people would use sarcasm around me, and I'd go, wait, what? Do you really mean that? Or, that's preposterous. Why would you do that? Why? Huh? And then people would laugh at me all the time. And I still don't understand most sarcasm, especially sarcasm that seems to be at others' expense. I really don't like it when people tease with sarcasm. Especially if they tease someone with sarcasm that they know doesn't always snap up sarcasm and acknowledge that it is sarcasm immediately. Because then they do that. Then they have that moment where they laugh at you because you misinterpreted them.
And it's like, I realize that me joking absolutely, in retrospect, could have and was interpreted very much as like a negative thing. Like, hey, I am somehow advocating for cyberbullying kids. And I wonder if a lot of it just has to do with the fact that so many people are high on this idea of winning internet arguments in like a moral sense, you know, proving themselves to be the better person. Because I think there is a very valid argument for so many of these things, including cyberbullying. I think it's actually a big issue. Right.
Mm-hmm. But the other thing too is, with writing, people
it's
can't.
Hard to get a person's meaning purely just based on
because so much
their
body
words.
language and intonation go into interpreting someone's speech when you're talking face to face. But no, when you're reading something, the writing itself and the words convey all the information that there is. So that's why you have to be very careful with it. I know that if I compose things, even if they're supposed to be short, I will rephrase and rework them several times over. So it might, especially if it's supposed to be something that goes out publicly, I have to look over it and adjust it for several minutes, sometimes even up to an hour. I know it's so wasteful. I'm so glad I'm not posting to social media anymore at the moment. But just to make sure that it can't be misconstrued in any way possible.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's good, but I think it's also, with so many things, it is also kind of worth sometimes just saying, this may get misconstrued, but it's not worth proofing against it. I don't know.
I also don't want to get into a situation where, you know, when there are there are the people that do the whole, you know, this may sound like a
you mean like
insult.
no offense, but?
Yeah, no offense, but.
Yeah.
That's a whole different class of.
I mean, that's no offense, but is I think one of my biggest pet peeves when it comes to like conversing with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I recently found that there's the /s at the end of text to make it clear as sarcasm. True, but I think in the context of this tweet, I think the problem is context gets lost. That I don't think I needed to have done the /s when responding to a friend with a, like, in a joking manner. To have somebody that, you know, does not know either of us to roll in and say, like, you're a horrible person. It's like, do you even know me? Have we met? And I think part of that is just because Twitter is this public platform that, specifically in the case of this situation, get out of here, Cortana, that was almost a private interaction made public just based on what the platform is. And therefore, my relatively private in-joke situation quickly turned into something that somebody could take umbrage over.
Yeah, which is why I suppose people have been using Discord.
Yeah.
Or as their kind of personal friend forums.
Yeah. Just for whatever reason, my friend group is much more public with their japery. Which is fine.
I think it's because, okay.
I mean, from like a social media perspective, to some degree, the performative nature of like Twitter and stuff, like if you make a funny tweet, people like it, haha.
Oh yeah, and if you think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if I notice when it comes to YouTubers, aside from YouTube, maybe their Twitch, their Patreon, and maybe they have their own Discord server or something, the social media of choice tends to be Twitter.
Well, it's
And
because what else would we do? Most other social medias are work.
Right. But I think the thing about Twitter is that you have developers, you have other content creators, you have game companies, you have... It seems as though everyone has a page or a handle there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a way for them to all interact with each other. But I almost feel that when you were talking about content creators making jokes and such, yes, you did mention that it could just be performative too, because if you think about it, they're not necessarily posting their videos to Twitter, but what they're doing is they're probably trying to have their Twitter be an extension of themselves
brand.
and their brand.
Yeah.
So, what do they have other than maybe some commentary over something that they're looking forward to, or to a developer, or amongst themselves, or sometimes they bring awareness to particular issues and things in the industry or outside of the industry that they want to get kind of their fans to see and acknowledge and support, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Twitter is at this point I'm just scared to use it.
Realistically,
not-
there's not much point to it unless you actively want to interact with somebody specific, be it your fan base or other content creators or artists. I mostly use it to interact with developers and my friends.
Yeah, I just found that when I try to comment on other artists or content creators stuff, they either never acknowledged or...
I mean, it depends on the
just-
content creator level.
No, I know that too, because sometimes they're just bombarded with
Familiarity. Because,
tons of things.
I had reached out to that one artist to maybe, join their Final Fantasy guild, seeing as they're asking for people. And...
Crickets, yeah.
Yeah, crickets.
But I think the other thing too is bots. I hate bots, and I know that our name on YouTube and Twitch, Wanderbots, but that wasn't referring to bots as, it's about robots, as in cool sci-fi robots, not scripts performing repetitive tasks on the internet.
Yeah, and
But Twitter has a huge bot problem. Most social media has a huge bot problem.
yeah.
But what
I told you how the stumped people thought I was a script at first.
Yeah. But how can a script play games? I mean, I suppose people have created scripts to play, say, chess or something. That was actually one of the first games computers were ever taught to play. But... you mean because there's Nightbot and Drinkbot or Dinosaur-bot or...
Yeah.
whatever other things there are. But... no, what I don't like about Twitter is that there are tons of bots, there are tons of fake accounts. Also... specifically being an artist, artists were threatened by... You know how I mentioned that at least with YouTube you can delete comments in your comment section or under your videos? I think recently Twitter added something where you can limit who can reply, which is great, because what was happening to a lot of artists is that there was a time when people would say, I want this on a shirt, and suddenly a bunch of bots from around the internet would see what...
I mean, I think that's still a thing.
It is still a thing. They would see what the image is, and then they would plop it on one of those shady t-shirt sites that had stolen your t-shirt way back in the day. And they'd be like... And then they have another bot that says, here, you can buy that here. And then everyone in the comments section after would be like, oh no, and then the original artist would go, God, now I have to send out several reports. Why did you do that? And then sometimes the person who commented would be oblivious and they'd go, oh no, I'm so sorry. But some people have weaponized it. It's really bad. And then when NFTs became really popular about a month back, that started happening where you got people claiming people's tweets.
I mean, it's still a thing that's going on.
Oh,
like I
I
see it
know.
constantly, where it's just like
And the thing
back and
is,
forth.
all that you can do is hopefully block the accounts that steal things. It is horrifying to think that you could have some person on the internet summon a bot to then take your content and make money off of it elsewhere.
Man.
What?
Speaking of that, I specifically saw somebody had drawn like a dog the other day, and had attracted the attention of a bunch of Doge Bros, who had co-opted it for, I think, their own homegrown Dogecoin variant,
Oh.
and used her artwork, and were, posting it everywhere, and already had like merch.
Was it like a Shiba Inu or something?
Probably.
Because I know that the Dogecoin it's a type of it's like a meme Shiba Inu, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Doge meme has been around for forever. Let's see. But, like, Dogecoin just popped up. I think it's a joke. But I'm pretty sure it's a joke, like, pyramid scheme thing. That, like...
I mean, NFTs, all of it's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, so originally I think it was like equal parts a joke and also like a really long con cryptocurrency scam where they're trying very hard to get a bunch of crypto bros to like sign on, buy into it, kind of with the same gamble as that everybody did with like GameStop, for example, except for not quite the same.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some comments. Yeah, I know people who've made a lot of money off of things like that, like Dogecoin and stuff. And the thing is, that's what they do. The people who have already invested into it, in order to keep the value going up, they need to convince other
Everyone
gullible
else
people
that it is valuable.
Buy into it. So what happens is it creates a chain reaction of they convince more people to buy into it, they convince more people to buy into it, until the ones who pioneered or started off with it or really bought into it, they essentially artificially inflate it, and then maybe they know when to sell off, but then everyone else who they've convinced thereafter, they get
so say if they
destitute.
got X amount of NFT cryptocurrency garbage, whatever, they get 10,000 early when it's still kind of fresh, and then inflate the price by like 1,000%. Suddenly, their just base cryptocurrency is suddenly worth a lot more, and it's pure profit on them, and somebody else is left holding the bag. Usually, it's some sucker that bought into it, kind of late and was hoping to
cash in.
Yeah. To just get that little bit more.
And the other thing is, when those people cash in, they inevitably, if they want to make that money, they have to cash out. But will it still be valuable?
Yeah.
When they cash out? Yeah, people are obviously drawing comparisons to the stock market. It's very much like the stock market.
So basically, it's next level MLM. Yep. Yeah. Multi-level marketing for tech bros.
Yep. And the added bonus of NFTs is that it destroys the environment. And I know that there are people that are going to be mewling and crying and go, but there are definitely cleaner versions out there that don't hurt the environment. They're going to change it soon. But the problem is, so a lot of cryptocurrency, especially things like Ethereum, in order to create the value, they have these computers just solving equations. Is that what it is?
I honestly don't know anymore. It used to be that.
Yeah. And the thing is, the majority of it is, I think, still produced that way. You will actually have people in, I don't necessarily want to say third world countries, but you'll have people in poorer countries buy a bunch of computers
It's not just
and
that.
server rooms.
I was reading about a
generate-
landlord scam.
A landlord scam?
A landlord scam where they effectively had like a room on the property
Uh-huh.
that the tenants were not allowed to enter. And effectively, you cannot enter this room. This is, just kind of private storage for the landlord. And the landlord would have a bunch of computers inside this private storage room, and they'd be tacking the energy costs onto their tenants instead. And I think the tenant wised up because their power bill was ridiculous because they didn't use computers. They were, they weren't techie people, but their power bill was obscene, and they tracked it to specifically, that room. They go in there, and there's a bunch of server racks just mining crypto.
Yeah.
With the costs being, foisted upon
all the other tenants.
Yeah, the tenants. And that it's not just third world countries. Like, I knew a lot of people that got really into crypto.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that, I mean, obviously people who have access to that tech are doing it all over, but what they're finding is that it tends to be the least environmentally friendly in those places because they're still, sometimes they hook it up directly to there was like a system of oil wells and stuff that they were showing how some of these servers could exist very close to pollutants and fueled off of pollutants. But people are asking, how does this pertain to tweets and art and stuff? What happened was people were tokenizing or minting
Effectively,
links
they
to
would
things.
tie the crypto coin. Imagine if Bitcoin, instead of being based on an arbitrary value, based on like whatever people had valued it at. So, Dogecoin is worth like half a cent. Instead, NFTs are worth whatever the artwork is kind of worth instead. Which means suddenly your currency, which previously had zero value, has whatever value you can steal based on the base art that you've yoinked.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people also are starting to buy into NFTs because they think that they're buying, ownership of the artwork. And some artists, if they are selling, they might be selling the rights to the work and stuff. But unfortunately, like most everything else, there has been a ton of theft occurring where NFTs are being created of people's writing, people's photographs, people's art, people's ramblings on the internet, links to websites. And they say, hey, I didn't authorize for someone to start selling, my artwork. How dare you? And the cryptocurrency NFT people keep saying, well, they're not actually selling your art. They're just selling a frame that's kind of around your art. And also because it's what was it?
Blockchain?
Blockchained, it's forever. So I suppose they can be burned technically, but
there is a way
people are
to
teed
undo it,
off.
but it effectively wastes the currency. Maybe I don't actually know. If somebody that knows wants to explain this, like, I'm all ears. But I also just I don't care.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, and I've seen this increasingly, is that a lot of the people that are making NFTs, if they do try to make something quote unquote original, I've noticed a lot of it's just been photo bashing and taking assets from other people and remixing them, which is still infringement. So it's just a huge mess. And with the added environmental costs, and
also
the
just
scumminess of the whole thing.
well, it's not just that too.
Huh?
Like, if any of you guys are gamers and you're kind of wondering why graphics cards are so stupidly expensive, you can thank cryptocurrency for that.
Oh, right, and just
If
the
you've been
lack
waiting
of
to
chips
buy a
and stuff.
PS5, you can thank cryptocurrency for why it's not available. Because people are still buying graphics cards. And not just graphics cards, but microchips in general for this sort of thing. And it's way more demand than we have the capacity to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's another good point. Money laundering.
Yep.
NFTs and cryptocurrencies are increasingly used for money laundering because they're not as traceable,
Well, yeah.
right?
Man, this trash shell is working way better than I was expecting it would ever.
Hey. It's not actually supposed to be me. I'm probably going to be voicing the character, but...
Probably. You absolutely did.
Oh, wait, I did?
Yeah.
Which one was it?
This is the YouTube one.
YouTube? Okay.
No, it's YouTube, you swamp-brained moron. That's better. I'm just really proud of that face. It's a good gobbin.
This is groovy.
It's the Loop Hero soundtrack. It's so good.
And they've allowed you to use it.
Yeah. At least, really what it boils down to is game composers don't care.
Oh, but here we've been talking about theft and stuff, and you haven't
Here I
even
am
asked
listening to it.
permission.
Yeah, it's fair. I should probably switch to something else. I was listening to it previously when I was doing the Loop Hero one, but yeah, I should probably switch. I could not get the motivation until I turned this on. Let's see. Today was just a like, man, I can't focus at all kind of day.
Wait, what was this about? Dubious no one's taken it to court yet? I think because for the most part, when people have found their work stolen, they just inform the website and it gets taken down and maybe the transaction is refunded and nulled and voided.
Yeah, I think the big issue is just nobody has aggressively held onto it in a way that pissed somebody off enough for it to go to court. And also,
things can be reversed. Because when you have theft occur in such a way that, like, licensing and there are physical products that have been purchased and shipped out, and, you know, there can be damages.
I mean, I
You
think
have to be able to
ultimately
prove damages.
some moron is going to try and NFT something important and piss off somebody that isn't willing to just ignore it.
People are mentioning Disney. Yeah, people also did that with the whole T-shirt thing. I don't know
People
if it
still
actually
do.
resulted in anything, but
Okay, can we move away from NFTs though?
okay, sure.
Because it is a topic, but we were talking about other stuff beforehand.
I know it's all gone back to our
Copyright.
theft and copyright. Yes, sorry.
But I think what happened was we went back to it because of Twitter. We were talking about angry people in the comments section on various social media, how Twitter is bad for it, why I don't like using Twitter much anymore. And in part it was because of the bots, and the bots went into the bots that specifically tokenize things, and that's how
you don't have to backtrack the conversation that far. I know how we got there.
Yeah.
I'm just... I don't necessarily want all of my streams that are artwork related to turn into Shell rants about things that she's mad about.
I mean, the image is perfect for it, though.
It is true.
Anger.
This is Swamp Shell. Let's see. Maybe this is one. No, I can do this
People
one.
are asking, ever done any animation? Wander used to,
Yeah.
when you had another comic.
Yeah, so
You had little tiny bits of movement in it.
I'm kind of hoping to do some more animation as I get further into Wanderbot Prime. Currently, it's hard to justify, just because time and money and so on and so forth. Because the big issue is mostly... it's almost good enough. The big issue is mostly I'm a one-man team, and like I can kind of get Shell's help. Kinda.
I'm good with storyboards.
Shell's good with storyboards, but then I, to be entirely frank, I would almost rather just draw it myself.
He has a different style than I do.
Yeah, and so
And I'm a lot
we'll
looser.
even be working on something that she did beforehand. But it's more fun for me specifically to make things from scratch on my own end. Shrek. Shell Shrek. Oh boy. That's a thing.
The ears would have to be those weird alien tubes. Why do they even choose that as a design?
Don't know.
You know what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I know
Shrek?
100% what you're thinking of.
Because he looks almost like a alien ogre. Then, well, I mean, actually, isn't he an ogre?
Yeah.
Then he looks more like an alien than he does a fantasy creature. I suppose otherwise he would have just had pointy ears and he would have looked like an orc. One of the few movies that we had taken my father's mother, my grandmother from New York City, to was Shrek back in the day. And she was so upset, or at least she seemed confused by it. I never heard her change her tone from kind of either like mild amusement or anger. I don't know. I don't really remember much of what she was like as an individual, unfortunately, because we only ever saw her maybe 2 times a year. And she died when I was younger. But she didn't like the fact that Fiona turned into an ogre at the end. Because, you know, the traditional fairy tale ends with the creature or the beast turning into a handsome prince or a human, right?
Yeah.
But, of course, it was the opposite with that.
Maybe your grandmother was just vain.
Huh?
Maybe your grandmother was just vain.
I don't know. I mean, if you were a human, would you be disappointed that you turned into an ogre?
It depends on a couple of things. I think it would be, would this impact my life in any way beyond my physical appearance?
Mm-hmm.
Because
But you saw Shrek at the beginning.
Well-
The terrible earwax, the boogers.
But he was totally fine with all of it, and it wasn't like actually causing him any discomfort. It was
Well-
just kind of gross by our standards.
Right, but what if you went from human to suddenly having all of those issues? Because now you're an ogre.
I don't know.
Like, I think we aren't considering some of the other biological implications. It's not just appearances, it's your whole physical being.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. Within that specific circumstance,
If you were a human. Oops.
I think within that specific circumstance, I completely understand why Fiona. Was it Fiona?
Yes, Fiona.
Yeah. I can totally understand why she went, ogre there, because being human was doing her no good, and in fact was making her life harder than easier.
But was that because she was human, or was that because she was a princess?
Or was it because she was pretty? Whereas, comparatively, Shrek wasn't really interested in the physical appearance thing because ogre. And maybe he cared, but ultimately he was there and interested in very directly her.
I haven't seen that movie in such a long time. I don't really know what their relationship was like.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Throughout the
It was
film.
kind of just like a.
Because I thought it was them bickering, and that's
It
the
was
thing.
them bickering.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it was actually a very good romance. I think it was mainly just
I
she
thi-
fell for Shrek because the alternative was Farquaad.
Well, I think what it was is she proved herself to be strong and capable. Didn't she do martial arts at one point, and
Yeah.
everyone was impressed? Actually, I thought Donkey was more interested in her than Shrek was.
Yeah, but Donkey had the dragon.
Well, so they had to get past the dragon, and the dragon ended up falling for Donkey, and he had to end up with her? Question mark?
I mean,
It was that or
the
getting
song at the end was like, "I like big butts and I cannot lie," and it was very clearly like Donkey leading that. So I'm pretty sure Donkey was just there for the biggest ass he could find. And boy, he found it. He succeeded.
People are saying Donkey is a bard. Yeah, he wooed the dragon. But I don't know. I would actually be interested to look back on all of the childhood fantasy fairy tale films growing up that I had seen, and actually from an adult lens, looking back, after, because now I'm 30 and I saw most of those when I was a child or a teen. Looking back on those and actually gauging, just how realistically did this romance form? Would it be considered abusive or creepy or intolerable by, my standards if I were approached in that way? Or would it be unhealthy for anyone? I don't know.
Oh, that fits on the UI perfectly. I don't have my pretzel bot going, so I just am window capturing pretzel, but is it just me or did that line up?
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's pretty good.
that's incrable. I'll just leave it
I mean,
like
the
that.
thing is, you can always adjust your Photoshop UI, so it could always line up to whatever you need
It's
to
true.
be. I like this music, though. It's nice.
Yeah, I just picked a lo-fi station.
But
yeah,
it'd
would
be
you be
interesting to look back.
Would you be strong as the ogre in Shrek and like a bunch of...
Probably. I think that you would become stronger.
Because it's like, I don't know. I think when it comes down to it, being human directly is boring. There are a lot of other creatures that I think I'd rather be interested in becoming within the context of...
I suppose it would be inconvenient in our world because then you'd be the only one
Yeah.
if you became some fantasy creature.
But...
And then you'd have scientists trying to capture you and experiment upon you.
Yeah, but like within the context of Shrek as like a story and whatever, it's like, I don't know. Give me the monster manual of the Shrek universe and I'll find a monster that I'd be willing to
turn into.
Yeah. I mean, clearly they pulled it off. Like, there must be magic for this, so... Just find a friendly wizard and be like, make me into a... I don't know. There's a lot of options. I don't know. I don't want to think about transhumanism too much because it's just like, I mean, it'd be cool, question mark, to be something that I'm not.
That's what MMOs are for. Whenever I play an MMO, I choose a race other than human if there's an option. I still say that one of the most inventive would have to be the Sylvari from Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
They're so awesome. They're plant people. They're so colorful.
I
They
just
have so
wish I had
many
the passion to
petals.
play that game again.
Yeah.
It's just kind of grindy. Like, I don't know. I think that's universally true of all MMOs nowadays, where it's just like, yeah, this would be fun. I start playing it. Boy, this is not fun.
Yeah, I think I'd like to play it again for the story, because I've been logging in to grab the story chapters.
Still? Oh, right, the story chapters.
Yeah,
I
the
thought you were
story
logging in
chapters.
for the dailies.
No,
like
not
the
for
daily
dailies.
login bonuses. I honestly, the moment any MMO adds daily login bonuses, the moment I just get exhausted on it.
Though I remember we did do them consistently for a while.
Yeah. But it's just like, I don't have time for that. I have a whole schedule filled with daily tasks and things to do. Why the heck would I ever want to, have an online game that...
I think the appeal of MMOs, especially if they're the people who really like to role play and stuff, is that it is the fantasy version of themselves, and they have that social aspect built into it, so that you can have your guilds, you can have your role play servers and stuff. So
I mean,
it's
I
something that people
truly
can
do not
invest
think
in.
MMOs primary player base are role players, Shell.
Yeah, unfortunately with World of Warcraft, I think you could actually see what servers were roleplay servers, and they were, 2 or 3 versus the 50-some
Yeah.
of just casual playing. It takes effort to be on a roleplay server, I would imagine. You'd always have to be in character, talk just so.
What should this character's shirt be colored? That's not actually terrible. Yeah, grown bored of super grindy games. It's just like, at this point, I'm so spoiled for choice. Why? You know, why put myself through that? I love Warframe, but it's just like, why? Why put myself through all of that?
Well, my issue with Warframe is that maybe a new frame comes out, maybe they have a slightly different ability set and playstyle, maybe you get some new weapons.
I mean, they'd have a fair bit of story stuff that would come
Well,
out.
I mean, the thing is, when I played with you, they hadn't really added much for story.
They had, you just,
I never got to it.
you were stuck in the doldrums of, like, being early. The good grindy games are the best. They're the best for a while. And I think the biggest issue for me is they can be fun when you've got that flow state. But the moment that flow state is gone, the moment that you're
wonder, what have you done with your life?
Yeah, kind of. Where you've sat down for the upteenth time to play X game, and it's just like, wait, but why? Why am I doing this right now?
And then you also look at some of the things that you might have to grind for, and if there's a way to pay money for it, you calculate it and you go, actually, it would probably be cheaper just to
buy it to be a whale.
You know, the $30.
And then you buy it and you're like, huh.
Well, I have it now. I have the special sword.
And then the reason why you were playing the game is gone, and it's just like, well.
That's why I like shorter narrative games.
It doesn't even have to be shorter narrative games. Like, I've been playing a shit ton of Bloons lately, and I'm having a blast because it is satisfying. It's not the kind of thing that you'd ever be interested in, but it's like every level is a challenge, an interesting logic puzzle of what it...
You know, the only repetitive game I ever played was Alpha Centauri growing up. But I think it's because there was enough randomization with the way that your opponents acted and your starting region and what abilities you were able to acquire.
Yeah, Factorial Flow State, though. Yeah, it's a good one. I was watching my buddy Orbital play Satisfactory for a while earlier, and he was definitively in the flow state of just like, could play this for hours, did play it for hours. Not every game pulls that off. Loop Hero did a really good job of that.
Do you think that your perspective of time has changed since we've, gotten out of college and are now 30?
I think my perspective of time changed specifically in lockdown.
Really? Because I thought that the days were flowing by more swiftly as soon as we moved out and were more self-directed with what we worked on, because we don't have a normal 9 to 5 like most people.
I have it saved.
Is it okay that they see your file thing?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So long as there's no information there.
The only day that exists in lockdown is garbage day. Yeah. Like, realistically...
Garbage day, lawn mowing day, and...
Like, I'm very grateful
what
that
other days? 'Cause
streaming has kind of given me an easy thing to kind of focus my life on, because I think without it, the past year would have been much worse. Let's see. God damn it. It keeps resetting to RGB, and I hate RGB.
Are you trying to apply a gradient?
Yeah.
Because rule of gradients, it's not just about adjusting value, it's also about adjusting hue.
I'm aware, Shell.
Yes. I want to do a color theory video someday.
Sometimes it's okay to stick with the gradient, though. There we go.
If you guys are wondering what rule I'm referring to, shadows, cooler and less saturated. Highlights, more saturated and warmer. That is the most basic way of phrasing it. So if you're on the rainbow scale and you were starting with the color green, if you wanted a cool color, you would start going into more of a blue-green. And if you wanted a warmer green, you'd be going into a yellow-green, so a lime. You're saying that it's hard to tell if it's day or night. Can't remember what month it is. I know that I've definitely found myself with I'm wondering what day of the week it is, what week of the month it is. I'm pretty good about knowing, oh, this is this month, and potentially the time of day. We've been having a fairly consistent schedule.
I mean, it helps that I started taking days off.
Yeah, I mean, though this is a day off, but you're working to an extent. Wait, it's 9 p.m.?
Yeah.
I didn't sleep that long, did I? What eats up time for me is the internet. I think I spent hours today going through an old account I had on a website and erasing all the stuff that I had posted there 10 years ago.
And I would occasionally walk by and say, "Shell, get off the internet."
Yeah. Well,
and she'd go, "Yeah."
So the thing is, I didn't know if I wanted to destroy it completely, but then I did reverse image searches and a bunch of other research, and I went, yeah. And also this is using a username I've never used before, and this is old cosplay that I did 10 years ago, so I can probably delete them all. But I'm trying to cut down on the number of social media accounts that I have and which ones I even use. I mean, I'm still on like a long break or hiatus, so I don't have to worry about posting or anything. But yeah, I was spending so much time trying to figure out, do I delete things piecemeal? Do I ever intend to use this site again? And then I went, nah, I should just delete it. Delete it all. What do you think is the healthy number of social media accounts to have? It probably depends on what kind of purposes you have.
And if you're actually actively using them or not.
Mm-hmm.
That if you're not really using them, it almost kind of doesn't matter.
Well, so I suppose there's some social media where you might post something to a gallery, and if no one ever comments or does anything to it, you just leave it there. And if you personally don't use that site yourself to look at other people's stuff, then it isn't a time sink. But there are the social medias that are a substantial time sink.
Yeah.
But yeah, how long you spend on social media is a huge factor. And if any of you guys have seen some of the interesting documentaries that have come out, specifically things like The Social Dilemma, just how much time people spend on social media. I actually, ever since I got my iPhone, I don't have any social media installed on my iPhone except Instagram, because you have to use a phone to interact with Instagram for the most part. And Instagram is one of the favored social media platforms for artists because it is so focused on the visual. But I remember finding that some days where I would, you know, those days when we would be scrolling for news, looking up things on Reddit or Twitter just to see what's going on or trending, that can suck you up for hours. And I had found 1 or 2 days that I had spent 5 hours just looking up information and browsing things, and I went, what am I doing?
You still do that.
Hey, I've been doing it more for managing my stuff. And yeah, for a good several months, I was on the computer constantly finding websites and reporting my stolen artwork because it was getting sold on trashy diamond paintings. But once again, we're going into the art theft thing. No. Almost kicked Reddit because it makes me mad now. Yeah, so along with Twitter, I find that Reddit is one of those places where you don't read it so much for the articles, or even the OPs, you read it for everyone's comments beneath it, right? For instance, Wander and I like to look at the politics one every once in a while because it might have some news. But more often than not, it's a bunch of people agreeing with the articles and just voicing their displeasure about the current state of the world. And everyone agrees with each other and they go, yeah, you know, here's some relevant information pertaining to this, but eventually you just realize you're steeping yourself in negativity.
Now I just use it to find manga.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing too. Maybe if you find the good sections of it and refrain from looking at the bad ones. Everyone agrees because if you disagree, you downvote into oblivion. Well, yeah, there's that. I mean, and I noticed that when I had used social media and I was angry about a particular subject, even if I myself wasn't going to comment on something, it was comforting to look at other people agreeing with the sentiment that I had under the threads or the articles and say, yeah, there are other people that are experiencing this and suffering like I am and want the world to change. But in the end, it's not going to do anything for you. It might make you feel better momentarily, but then it just perpetuates whatever negative feelings drove you to look at that in the first place. So yeah, I think that, I mean, news in general, I find is incendiary.
We had this conversation a little while ago.
About your diet, your information diet. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Because I pondered this myself when I was thinking about because you ingest food for your body's nutritional health and your physical health. But I was reflecting on when I was a child. The internet did not exist. At least it did not exist.
I mean, this conversation came about because your friends had commented on your diet.
My internet diet?
Yeah. Well, no. It was like your media diet or something.
Oh,
yeah?
no. I think what it was I had reflected on the fact that my media diet wasn't what it used to be. So, and I think I talked specifically with one friend who had actually been taking a long hiatus from social media herself, in part because she realized how it was negatively impacting her. But yeah, I think back to when I was a kid and we only had one personal computer in the household, and for a long time it was just our old Compaq. Dude, does Compaq even make computers anymore?
Do they even still exist?
Huh? Does Compaq even exist? Compaq with a Q at the end. Compaq. But it was Windows 95 and Windows 98. Yeah, whatever happened to Compaq? It was. When did it get? Who did it get? Who bought it? Who took over? It merged with HP.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I suppose that's why my dad continued getting HP computers afterwards. But in any case, so we had the old Compaq, and I suppose we got HPs after that. But yeah, back in the old days, there wasn't really much that you went onto the internet for except for maybe some articles and Neopets. What did you use the internet for?
Let's see.
And I'm talking about pre-MMOs or other things.
Okay.
Like
So
kind of browser-based.
So definitely Neopets. One of my friends got me into a game called the Alien Adoption Agency. That was kind of fun. Let's see, what else did I do? I found a lot of D&D maps back in the day, which is really cool. Like, effectively what I draw nowadays. And so I downloaded hundreds of those. because Wizards of the Coast just had them for free to download off their website. Because no one did online storefronts, because why? Obviously, I played an amount of online games, largely just Diablo and StarCraft and whatnot.
Yeah, I suppose aside from finding information for school essays or something, and then very rarely interacting with my friends via IM on AOL. Oh yeah, that AOL die-up. But yeah, aside from that, there was Flash animation was thing, Newgrounds. But though before Newgrounds, people had individual sites, so I was watching Legendary Frog stuff. But yeah, I didn't spend much time at all on the internet. My parents were very much stranger danger. Don't go on the computer unless it's for a computer game that you have on a disc. So I did play a number of early PC games, but those didn't require internet connection, and everything was self-contained on the discs. But I only ever played computer games maybe 1 or 2 hours a day at most.
Oh, you'll get a kick out of this.
What?
My brother and I used to play StarCraft, and we'd be like, blah, 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 whatever the custom game name was.
Yeah?
And then no swearing in the title of the lobby, so anybody that would join
Knew not to swear.
Yeah. Except for
Everyone took that as a
challenge
to swear.
kind
Oh,
of.
no.
Yeah, so I ended up learning a lot more swears from it as opposed to actually avoiding it. But it at least anybody that would roll in and start swearing was super easy to spot because that's what they would do. And so we would just kick them and then wait until we had a bunch of people that were willing to listen to the rules. And then we'd actually have a perfectly nice and fun game because we gotten rid of all of the potential bad eggs already. It actually worked really well. I just had to front load an amount of vulgar education as a result of it.
Mm-hmm. The only time that, unfortunately, or I suppose, I don't know, Jedi Knight Jedi Academy did have an online PvP mode. But, when we got the game, my parents didn't really know it existed. I never played it because I didn't like the idea of PvP. But I remember my brother tried firing it up one day, and the comments that people were sending were horrific. I mean, it didn't help that he was also playing as a Twi'lek.
Yeah, didn't you catch him playing as effectively the sexiest character possible?
It was the Twi'lek, the Twi'lek character with the clothes that covered her the least. So, if you combined all of the clothing options, that would result in the most skin. Then yeah, so that was probably intentional on his part. But I caught him, and I'm like, nope, you are turning that off. We are not allowed to play online.
But what I would use the internet for primarily, back before I really got into World of Warcraft, was webcomics. Webcomics were huge back in the early 2000s. I think they're bigger now, but there were... I want to say the webcomics that exist now are slightly less prolific, if only because there's so many more.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, because everything was new and pioneering, if those people didn't have kind of a leg up or a boost from it.
Absolutely. The other day you were kind of talking about webcomic-y things and suggesting a gaming-ish comic as just well, what about this? And the answer is just there's so many nowadays. Kakujo had one, right?
Oh yeah. Well, wait. No, I thought there was the Mam.
No. He got his start as a webcomic artist.
Oh, was that the Mario stuff?
Not just the Mario stuff, but he had a lot of different like comics that he would do. But it was just kind of generic gaming related stuff. And,
Yeah.
Like that was how I found him originally.
Now, when it came to graphic novels and stuff, I was still reading them all on paper from the library.
I would try,
from
but
the
it was
local
all like
bookstore.
the really, it was the Marvels and the DCs, and I was always frustrated because it was always kind of the same story, and it never had any good endings.
My library was blessed with an abundance of manga. So
I mean, manga too, but even then,
I had a good selection. There were also a lot of good American comics there too. That's actually how I started reading a number of the Star Wars graphic novels. And then I proceeded to purchase a bunch on my own too. But no, I absolutely love books, physical books. I look at screens too much already. I like my books. But yeah, I reflected back on those days, and I think to myself, yeah, when I got home from school and, maybe I would have a play date with some of my friends, but after that, it would really just be having dinner, and then afterwards, if I didn't have homework to do, and homework could extend for a long period of time. I found that I was incessantly doing homework, especially in high school when I had AP and honors classes. But when I was a younger child, that was the time of day to either watch my father play video games or play video games with my brother, or read a book or watch television with my family, or draw while doing that. So I would actually, draw my sketchbook or something while watching TV with them. And I found that, yeah, I was ingesting only the best. I actually, aside from the evening news, I didn't get news from anywhere else, really. Maybe a little bit in the paper, if I felt compelled to read the paper. But that was mostly local and national news, and only the most curated news, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
From, official sources. But yeah, it was, I realized then that I was pretty much just ingesting
You still
fun
are.
sci-fi and fantasy stories. Wait, what do you mean?
Sorry, you're still ingesting mediocre content nowadays.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the mediocrity is from social media.
I mean, an amount of it is, yeah. Because baseline, no matter what, you're rarely going to find high-end stuff on social media because it's free. It's free for a reason. It's free because no one can charge for it, or if they can, it's ad bucks.
Well, and it's also people changing the narratives and maybe pointing to good things, but
it's rare.
You have to sift through everything else.
It's just rare to find meaningful narrative. When the way that people make money is either free or advertising, just because that's usually rarely an incentive for I don't know, quality of putting the time in.
Yeah, and the problem with the whole advertising aspect is then it values quantity over quality. So you will find accounts that just create stuff to put it out there, and
I feel
maybe
attacked.
Sorry. But that's why you're broadening your horizons. People aren't seeing that, are they?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you weren't compromising any of your other tabs or something.
I
Where
curate.
in New York is Shell from? I was from I suppose it would be considered Western New York. There was a huge discourse about the difference between Western New York and Upstate New York, and I was used to calling Upstate New York anything other than New York City, pretty much. But no, there were people that were angry that no, it's pretty much only above Albany in the Adirondacks region that's Upstate New York. You guys over there by Buffalo and Rochester and whatnot, you guys are Western New Yorkers. I'm like, okay, fine. That means I'm from Western New York. We've discussed it numerous times, but Carl and I met at the Rochester Institute of Technology, and Rochester is my home city, town. I mean, I suppose my family lives in a suburb, but I suppose when I say where I'm from, I say Rochester.
Rochester.
I don't know why people put on that accent. I suppose they say that Rochesterians have a flatness to their A's or their O, raw. But I don't know.
I think the only person that I've ever heard that kind of does that is your mother.
Wegmans, people are exclaiming, yes, Rochester, the home of Wegmans, the home of Kodak. And I'm gonna slap my chest as a sign of solemnity because poor Kodak.
Why poor Kodak? They screwed your dad over.
I know, but that's the thing. They pretty much did that to half the working mothers and fathers that I knew.
Yeah. So why
everyone-
why say poor Kodak?
Okay, fine. The fact that once, if you ever read about George Eastman and went to the George Eastman house and stuff, you know, it helped build Rochester, and the fact that they didn't modernize and make the switch to digital. I mean, I know that they still cling to film, and Kodak film is still used in cinematography and for professional reels and stuff, but unfortunately I remember the beginning of the end when my father was so excited when representatives from Japan and China were coming to visit the factories because of engineering. Like they were going to, he was supposed to help them, you know, tour the complexes and look at the machinery and their manufacturing processes. And
But that's not even the beginning of the end, Shell.
well, I'm just thinking, like, how much of that was offshored and how much of that technology was exchanged and maybe even taken.
Yeah, but it was their insistence to stay, traditional film that screwed over Kodak. That they had the opportunity to make a digital camera. They did, in fact. But because so much of their money was not wrapped in making the camera, so much of it was
So much of it was selling film.
wrapped up in selling film, that they actually scrapped the project and said, nope,
And then they thought they were going to get into phones, but that didn't pan out.
yeah. Like, it is the classic dinosaur business philosophy that says, nope, we're not going to modernize because the profit incentive isn't there. So instead, we're just going to cling to our current industry, regardless of what happens. And then, not 5-10 years later, whoever else has the brilliant idea of, hey, what about digital cameras?
And I think one of their CEOs was taking money and...
Oh, I'm
there's-
sure. Almost every CEO is needlessly corrupt at this point.
But I don't know. It that was also the lifeblood of Rochester.
Saw a Kodak MP3 player. Huh.
Kodak, Xerox, Wegmans. Though I don't really know what kind of share Wegmans has. I suppose Wegmans is more of just a... Rochester is the birthplace of Wegmans and probably has the most Wegmans. But I think Wegmans, they expanded into Massachusetts and Virginia at the very least.
Yeah,
and
they're
a number of
they're
other
looking to
states.
expand through most of New England.
And the Northeast, yeah. But no, pretty much every family that I knew growing up had at least one parent that worked for Kodak. was one of those things where as a kid I was dreaming of, if I ever become rich, maybe I'll go back to Rochester and save it. Make a new industry to go there. But it would probably have to be something film or gaming related. And I mean, with our school, they have the capacity to create a gaming hub.
Yeah.
I mean, the proximity to Toronto and New York and Boston and other places.
Make a game with me. Make a game with me, then we'll go back to Rochester and hire people.
Jostens. What's Jostens? A lot of their equipment was Kodak branded. But yeah. We have thousands of photos at home, all printed off on Kodak film. I wonder if my dad got a discount.
Hey, thank you, Lemon. Can't stay for long, but stopping by to say thank you for all the great memories watching your videos and streams. Found you when you were playing Scrap Mechanics to watch most of your LPs. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good evening, whatever you're up to.
Oh. Jostens was for school photography, yearbooks, and class rings. Oh, so those are the guys that maybe do the senior year photos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I never got a class ring.
I didn't bother. It seems like a massive waste.
I think they were a couple $100 too.
Yeah,
But the thing
do you
is,
remember Grant at all? One of the Grants?
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was one of his first names, but do you remember the one that always had his class ring on?
I didn't look at people's fingers much.
There was one guy, next door neighbor, sophomore year.
Mm-hmm.
When I was rooming with Mike, this guy specifically had this giant gold or fake gold class ring on, always, invariably.
I think there is a classic charm to class rings, because my mother always had her class ring in her jewelry box, and also one of her friends that had died recently, her husband actually gave my mom her class ring. So now I suppose she kind of has two matching class rings. They had different gemstones and different metal colors, but it was interesting. My mom was commenting on how she didn't know her friend liked music and the arts, and how it was on one, how you got to choose a symbol? There were usually two different symbols or insignias that you could, on a classic class ring at the very least. You have the large central stone that's usually supposed to be your birth month stone, but then on either side you usually have like the school name wrapping around the stone itself as part of the bezel, but then for the sides you usually got to choose one of two insignias, and then you'd usually have like the year that you graduate also. But yeah, my mom's had cheerleading on hers on the one side, at the very least. But yeah, it was a way for people to personalize them. Though I think by the time that class rings had come out at my school, you could get those old bulky classic rings with the two insignias, or you could get, I suppose they had more feminine rings that almost looked like wedding bands, but they had just enough space for the date. I don't really think they had much space for any kind of design that would show what you favored or were interested in.
Also discovered your love of D&D from your Grave of Man campaign. Was inspired to DM my first campaign from a more recent one. Tomorrow night's going to be the session where I conclude it. Dude, congrats! That's amazing. Oof.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to complete a campaign.
Yeah. Awkward laughter on our end. Yeah, never finished Grave of Man, and then,
Well, the ones that we tried later, it was because of scheduling issues and then the pandemic.
yeah.
So it's always difficult to
I think so much of it has to do with also the fact that there's kind of the inherent desire to record it. I mean, go figure. And so,
But the thing is, if you record something, there's always the possibility that it never concludes. Whereas I have a friend who, since we had initially played that one D&D campaign where you were the DM back with my friend group at home, we didn't get very far because a lot of them had to move away.
well, including this specific friend.
Oh yeah, because she went on a study abroad. But she's played D&D consistently with the same group of people that she had met at a gaming store for well over 2 or 3 years at this point. And I think they're part of the league, so they do specifically, Curse of Strahd, the Tiamat. They do the campaigns that are official from the books, if you know what I mean. So less homebrew. I suppose the recent one that she's participating in is a Acquisitions Incorporated one. So I don't know if it's homebrew or if it's part of the Acquisitions Incorporated book.
Probably part of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe one of the ones that they had specifically made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if somebody had done like a Grave of Man campaign. Not that I really support that sort of thing just because weird.
I can understand people sometimes make source books for a particular fictional universe.
I mean,
that
straight
kind
up,
of thing.
like, if...
So I know that with the Critical Role folks, they made some books for their world or universe or setting. I don't think they necessarily have a campaign laid out that involves their characters.
No, what I would probably do if I were to like create a campaign setting,
I'm surprised he didn't go wacky with all of them.
you mean skin color?
Yeah,
Okay, what color do you think this guy would be? This is the really snobbish one. Blue?
probably.
But probably like a desaturated blue.
Mm-hmm. He almost looked like a vampire at that point.
Well, I met your group 2 years ago, applying a slot for a game that started on Roll20. Been playing with them every week since. Nice.
Yeah, it's amazing when you find those stories where they've met complete strangers either online or at the local game store. And yeah. I wonder to some extent if the relationships in those instances are purely surrounding the games and the sessions, or if they can develop into friendships outside of it. Because as far as I know, I don't know how often my friend interacts with her D&D group outside of D&D. So I wonder if there's a difference in the dynamics of you attending a D&D group, not having known anyone prior, and you only know them in the context of D&D, versus you being friends and doing stuff with them outside of D&D and then trying D&D.
It's an interesting question.
Because I almost wonder if those games that are like your interaction was based on the game, if those tend to be the more successful campaigns.
Maybe. I don't know.
It also depends on the friends you have.
Yeah. I think that's so much of it. But yeah, I just need to actually start reaching out to people and say like, hey, I'm not getting wrecked by life anymore.
Mm-hmm. Though I do like that you have been expanding to other things like the essays.
Yeah. But, like, realistically, and this is kind of what I was trying to talk about earlier before you went on that copyright tangent.
Meow.
Mm.
Meow.
But, that I like gaming and streaming, and it's fun. And I won't stop, but I would love to diversify further so that I'm not just locked into this one thing.
And also so that you do say that with your art and with your essays, you have this sense of fulfillment that completing a Let's Play or playing a Let's Play doesn't necessarily...
Yeah, like, it's
Like,
satisfying streaming, and I
scratch that itch.
wanted to stream more stuff today just because, like, streaming is fun. It's just... There's a very easy feeling of, like... I'm gonna say... It's voracious. That it's easy to feel overwhelmed by, like, the sheer
quantity.
volume
Yeah.
of stuff that I have to, like, kind of cope with. And especially, like, when I'm having kind of an off month, or off year, question mark? You know, I've been putting a lot of extra time in, the last couple months because, like, you know, originally I was like, oh, it's a slump, whatever, it's no biggie. I'll just kind of use this time to work on some other projects. And then the slump kept going and kept getting worse, and then it's just like, okay, now I actually have to take this seriously in a way that I'm not necessarily comfortable with. And, you know, that's what sucks the joy out of streaming for me is that feeling of, like, okay, now I actually have to put my nose to the grindstone, not because I want to, but because I have to, because if I don't, you know, who knows where my channel's going to be by the end of the year. Because, like, you know, this is my job, and it would be bad to lose it. And to some degree, like, this is not necessarily doom and gloom, but I'm sure everybody has had or heard of at least, like, one YouTuber, or multiple YouTubers. They get very big on the whole, like, the algorithm is killing my channel. And I don't necessarily know if it's the algorithm or what exactly does channels in.
I know that there are some people that get very subtly blacklisted, or there are other things involving...
I mean, straight up, like, the algorithm does change constantly. And so there is a very real possibility that, like, what worked for 2016 to 2019 no longer works, and
But also, aren't they
everyone
phasing
needs to
out
adjust.
tags at some point?
Yeah, so they're phasing out tags, which I know
think that's going to be
specifically...
detrimental.
Yeah, I know that specifically has been hurting me to some degree. Ish. But actually, I would say it's early access that's been hurting me the most.
Right, because there's just a constant slew of games that come out that are incomplete or only small snippets, and then you have constant failure to launch releases.
Not failure
and
to launch, but it's series that...
people are asking about tags. So when you upload a video, there's a section for... Sorry.
You just interrupted me to answer the
people are
question.
asking
Let me
about
finish
tags.
at least first.
But it's just with so many early access series, people will watch, you know, voraciously watch the first 5-10 videos, and then I run out of things to do, and I'm like, well, I guess we're just gonna have to wait till it's done. And then the game actually comes out, and I'm like, hey, I'm back! And it's just total crickets. And it's just mostly a matter of, like, when developers release their games, usually you only get the chance to release your game twice. Once when it's in early access and once in 1.0 if you get lucky. So Hades, for example, really hit that 1.0 boom. But before that, it was pretty... not pretty quiet. Everybody knew it was good, but they didn't know it was that good.
Didn't what save it in that aspect was they didn't really give away much of the plot, that you could play the game, but
there was the
get all those
plot. You got to
endings.
see a lot of it, but it really didn't. It really didn't have the full story until later. That, and it also won a bunch of like Game of the Year awards, and so suddenly everybody was like, "What's this Hades game? Oh shoot, it's good!" And the internet just took off with it.
Yep. So
Anyway.
people were asking about tags. So when you upload videos, and pretty much when you upload anything to the internet,
I mean, do you know what a hashtag is?
Yeah, because there
So
are hashtags.
when you're tweeting, for example, you do like hashtag art, and so somebody looking for art might find your hashtag art piece.
So Twitter is actually starting to negate the efficiency and effectiveness of hashtags. People use hashtags to get trending topics up, but they're saying that the more tags you put into something, the more it perceives as spam, because you don't want to tag stuff.
Yeah, so the thing is, tags used to be useful, and now effectively people started gaming it.
Abusing it.
And
They would start tagging things that weren't even in their content just to get it in front of more eyes.
I mean, even just the other day, we saw that there was a porn bot that had
Wanderbots in
Wanderbots and like one or two other. I don't know if it was a game studio or like another YouTuber.
It was specifically for your
Oh, it was like Turnip Boy.
no, it was for Evil Genius.
Oh, that's what it was.
It was as though they just somehow snagged the title of one of your YouTube videos and just plopped it in their I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they it's a spam bot. They'll just spam whatever the heck, hoping it works.
But yeah, so there is a separate section. It's not quite hashtags, but what it does is you can put in a bunch of tags. So if Wander was putting up gameplay footage for a particular game, he'd go, you know, gameplay game opening for, you know, whatever the game's title is. And usually you also want to brand it for yourself, so you have Wanderbot and Wanderbots in it and things of that nature. What are you looking at?
I'm just taking a short break.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going.
But you want it to be relevant to your content so that people can find it. The unfortunate thing is, depending on where you use those tags, it can backfire on you. I know that specifically for art, it was great at getting views and getting your artwork in search results and even Google search results. But then the problem is it makes a, huge target on your back. I suppose with videos, it's not quite as bad. But I suppose what YouTube is doing is maybe they've acknowledged that people are tag stuffing. And I think they even phased out seeing tags publicly, and then they're maybe phasing them out.
Well, they use they're mostly using bots now.
Bots can detect what the content of your video is?
Kinda, yeah.
I don't know. I think everything is becoming way too automated.
Yeah. And I can't really necessarily refute that. Because effectively, if the bot... Well...
Because what if think of all the videos, you know how there's a separate thing called...
Did you ever hear about...
YouTube Gaming? I was going to mention how it thought Haven was No Man's Sky.
Well, I was going to talk about how Amazon had a bot that was designed to help them find employees, and it was incredibly sexist.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no matter what they did, it
would
always
reject
favored men.
Yeah.
Which is really funny and really sad. And I don't actually know why it did. Nor do I really want to find out.
There is sexism in the workplace against women, in part because of things like maternity leave.
Maybe.
It's always companies used to perceive it. I mean, they still do perceive women as higher risk because, what if the woman gets married? What if the woman gets pregnant? What if she has a baby? What if she's going to want time off or maternity leave or has to quit? Mm-hmm. So that's why many of them favor men.
Yeah. No, I know why it does from like a workplace setting. They specifically were like trying to convince the bot like, no, those are not bad things. please don't discriminate against women here. And the bot's like, nope, screw women. And like they could not figure out why, or at least were not willing to explain why. I just love the idea of them trying to automate this and then, yeah, getting screwed over because...
Well, that's the thing. Bots and algorithms, they act on what's being fed to them and what they're being told is correct. And sometimes they have the algorithms, if they're self-learning. Remember that hilarious thing with... was it Microsoft or someone else had developed an AI that was self-learning and going to be on Twitter?
Oh, right. And within like X number of hours, they had to shut it down because it was extremely racist.
Well, it was, I think the bot was racist. It was swearing all over the place. It was showing just, was it fascist tendencies, or it was just...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was essentially, it took into account all the vileness of the internet, and they went, well, that was a failed experiment. So goodbye. Yep. So that just goes to show how great the internet is, guys.
Like, the internet can absolutely be a good place. I've met way more nice people on the internet than I ever thought I would. There's just enough shitty people out there that it's just like,
I don't know what my tabulated good versus bad would be. Probably the good would outweigh the bad, but because the bad resulted in me wasting years of my life,
it's easy to...
I think the bad has outweighed the good for me. Because those, couple hundred good comments saying that they like my work and stuff doesn't compensate for the hours and hours and hours I had to spend on writing out legal reports.
But sorry, I'm getting back into that realm again.
But yeah, I don't trust bots to police the internet or to moderate the internet. And I'm actually really dismayed that they don't have more human workers. Though didn't they say that the human workers that were supposed to police Facebook were actually mentally traumatized?
Yeah.
By what they had to moderate?
Yeah. Well, because a lot of it was like violence and...
Yeah, really, really, really bad videos and footage.
Because I remember specifically on an article about... Gosh, was it Facebook or was it YouTube? It was effectively a human person that had to moderate a lot of these, the banned videos.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it was an amount of child porn, for example. And it's just like...
Yep, that's why I stopped using Tumblr, because all those stupid bots
You know what? No,
Yep.
It wasn't any of those. It was a detective.
A detective?
Yeah, I was listening to a detective talk about how much he hated his job.
Mm-hmm.
Because the amount of stuff that he had to deal with was, like, awful. And that, he wanted to get out because it just wasn't worth it anymore. So you wonder why you're streaming on here? Figured I'd stream some artwork. Why not?
It's another experiment. Because of his partnership with Twitch for his Let's Play streaming, he can't concurrently stream. So if he wants to have a separate YouTube stream, what is it going to be? And so he decided to try it out with his artwork that will inevitably be used in the video. Is everything up, Wander?
Yeah.
The stream doesn't look the same as your screen.
That's because it's this.
Okay.
I'd have to hit play.
I was concerned.
No, I just closed OBS.
All right, that's all right.
I think I'm still prouder of the swamp creature. Let's see. Oh heck, hey, this looks cool. I'd like to catch more like this. Yeah. It's something I will consider. I have to do a lot of artwork. And if I can find a way of, like, making it work with my schedule and people and whatnot, I'd absolutely go out of my way for it.
And here, I thought you were just going to have the odd emoji faces as the user icons, but you are deciding to have the...
This is just for the special 4.
Mm-hmm. The ones that we had read out.
Yeah. Because I figured I'd do it almost like a visual novel.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of that one.
Yeah. Oh, yep, going for the nose. What's the ooh?
I was just thinking about how to deal with this guy's face.
I love listening to Shell and Wander talk. Everything you talk about is insightful. We think about many things. We contemplate the very nature of existence and the fate of mankind and the longevity of the planet and a whole host of other things. But I suppose especially if you immerse yourself in a bunch of fiction, aren't you made to question why reality is as it is and how things can be done better?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I've consistently found that there are the people that use fantasy as an escape from reality, and then there's also the people who use fantasy as a reflection or a mirror into possibilities, the potential of humans, of society, of science, of innovation to create a different world and to explore a particular concept. I think that's why I've always enjoyed, especially with the short novellas and stories for science fiction. It was always about exploring a concept. But it makes you ponder. And it also leaves you frustrated. Because there are things that you would think would be common sense, but there seems to be no easy means by which to correct them without a larger consensus and people actually caring. But I suppose that's why it's good to discuss these things, because then it plants the seed of
Or being influencers.
influencers being influencers. But hey, I very much would rather be an influencer with ideas and making people reconsider or analyze aspects of their lives and their relationships with other people than being one of those people that goes,
I bought another tube of such and such nail polish today. Ooh, here's my referral link. Buy more nail polish.
and sorry to...
Speaking of,
Wait,
use the code WanderBots on buynailpolish.com. for a negative 5% off. It'll cost you more, but I get the money.
Oh, really? Come on. No, I really hate seeing that kind of stuff, especially when it has. Now I can understand that for a nail channel, especially if they're pitching a sponsor thing. I mean, you play sponsored series for games, but in a way, it's just a company guaranteeing that you play their video game, whereas other game companies will send game keys your way, and they don't know if you're actually going to give them that 30 minutes of playtime.
Yep. I mean, realistically, a sponsorship ain't gonna guarantee it either. And I would say I'm equally one of the probably cheaper potential sponsor channel deal people, but also one of the pickiest. Because I don't like sponsored deals.
Well, for you, it's an inconvenience in that you then have to worry about invoices and PayPal payments and contracts.
Speaking of, we need to invoice a developer.
Oh no, you have more invoices?
Yeah, this one's for the Vault of the Void sponsorship I did the other day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I wish that more influencers were influencers in the
positive sense.
Well, yeah, in the positive. Well, less consumerist, I suppose I should say. Which is unfortunate because, as an artist, unless when I start making more in the future and publicly posting things online again, I do have to balance am I going to be able to make a living off of my work because of patronage, because of people buying my products, as in, prints or books or other things that I create? In a way, it's hard after a point not to seem as though, as an independent creator, you aren't pitching some kind of business, some kind of product. You know what I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that with YouTube and with Twitch and stuff, it's a little bit more passive because it.
Well, I am the product.
Well, yes. Well, you and the video is the product. People aren't necessarily paying for the product beyond maybe a couple seconds of their time if they're watching an ad. And then everything else is fairly voluntary with bits and donations and things of that nature.
Yeah, I will forever like the Twitch and YouTube business model more than like 1,000 others.
And it's part of the reason why we really haven't been releasing as much merch and stuff as other folks, even though we're well within the capability of creating said merch because we're both artists. I think that's something unique that we have going for us. The ability to create our own stuff. But it just feels exploitative.
Yeah, I know we were seriously considering doing a merch line last year, and then it's like, by the way, the world's on fire, and it's like, never mind.
Right. But the other thing too is I've been looking into things like packaging, and people always instantly go to t-shirts, and you think, well, where are these t-shirts being manufactured? Where are the materials coming from? There's always concerns about where the cotton is being grown, if there's slave labor involved in the growing and collection and harvesting of the cotton, whether or not people are being properly compensated for sewing the garments together. And sure, at the end of the line, you might have an American company printing the ink onto the t-shirts and then distributing them, but there's so many parts of the chain that people don't take into consideration that somewhere out there people could be suffering and aren't being compensated fairly for their work because of how cheap consumers expect things to be. And I was thinking about that. You know, I see a number of artists selling things like enamel pins and, you know, all the packaging that they have to use to ship things out. And I think just how much waste is being produced, and also, you know, some of these things can only be made in other countries where they do have very lax standards and actual harm can be done. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, in order to produce more sustainable and what's the word that I'm trying to think of?
Eco-friendly?
Morally conscious?
Well, yeah.
Or is that what I thought that there's definitely a more accurate phrase for it. But you do have to spend more and, you know, obviously have much thinner profit margins on something if you want to make sure that the quality and the you know, that your product isn't created and contributes to exploitation. But it is something that people don't often think of. Yeah, where does everything that you own and possess come from? Where was it made? Who made it? I mean, people should be keenly aware of that. Oh no. I was going to start again.
You were.
With the whole theft stuff.
Yep.
Because, yeah, people just say, ooh, pretty image on a coaster. Yeah, I've seen my art being sold by thieves on coasters. Shower curtains.
You know how you said I was about to start again and then you started again anyway?
Sorry. Okay, in any case, yeah, people need to research and look into where their stuff is coming from, because ultimately it's better to support ethical business. So where would you say YouTube and Twitch and stuff, where does that fall in the lines of ethics? I mean, I have an issue with Twitch because they're owned by Amazon, and Amazon is one of my arch nemesis.
It's like, on one hand, I find, well, I like the platforms just because, but I won't deny that both platforms are designed to keep you there for as long as possible.
Oh yeah, that's something that we didn't bring up with when we were talking about social media before and how much time they consume. Yeah, they are built to encourage you to spend as much time on them and with them as possible. Because time is money?
Well, yeah, when advertising is involved.
Money?
Well, not just that, I guess. Because, like, the same thing is true of, like, Disney Plus, that they want you to be there.
Well, at this point, they're trickling out new series so that you decide to stay subscribed. At the same time, I would say that some subscription services, depending on how often you use them, the $6 to $10 that you're paying for them is probably worth it when you consider if you had to rent the same number of movies you can watch a month there.
No, it's 100% worth it. Mm-hmm. Like, even just subbing to Disney Plus for a month so you can watch whatever their latest show is, like, makes sense.
Or even a couple old movies for nostalgia's sake.
Swamp Girl is super cute. Yeah, I'm proud of her. This guy is not cute.
No.
Now on to the easy ones. Well,
okay.
Easy one.
She's actually cute. I really like her.
What?
The one on the bottom. The
Prima?
nerd that I'm going... Okay, guys. I wrote this long, multifaceted quest line.
Do we want to preview that?
No, not now. I want to describe it. Because only a third of it even got... I was only able to voice act a third of it. That was later, you know... Okay, I read the whole thing, but I had to cut it down so that only about a third of it even got into the video, maybe even less. But it was a long quest line because what we're doing is we're creating these archetypes for backseaters, and one of them is the person who comes forward with a step-by-step, blow-by-blow description of everything that you need to do, and to the point where it spoils the story. It's so specific that it's just unbearable. This is not what you want to read in your comment section. But it was hilarious. I wrote this multifaceted quest line where it was about this secret entrance to a cavern, and it could only be seen if you acquire an alchemical concoction derived from a very rare flower that is safeguarded by a group of priestesses. And it's like, okay, go to the priestesses, right? But there's a tithe that you need to provide to the priestesses. Okay. Oh, but now you have a couple options as to how you acquire the flower. Do you steal it from
She
them
wrote a
under
walkthrough for a non-existent game.
Yeah, it's non-existent.
Though to some degree it very much is similar to a number.
I could imagine it being in
God, Hot
a
Pink is
wacky
just
Elder
terrifying to
Scrolls
behold
game or
with this.
something.
Yeah, it very much felt like a Eurojank Elder Scrolls something or other.
Why did you say Eurojank?
It's a genre.
Eh.
It's effectively
But
double A action RPGs usually made by.
But can I continue?
Let me just finish explaining what Eurojank is. But it's
Okay.
Do you remember Sinking City?
Yes.
Eurojank. Games that often try and bite off more than they can chew.
They want to be a BioWare game.
They want to be a BioWare game. They want to be like a really, really big budget something or other game, but they don't have the budget for it, but they try anyway. And so there's always these really neat ideas. But
Maybe is that pink too bright?
yeah, I don't know.
Is it too fluorescent? I think it's blinding.
That's a bit better.
Uh-huh. Because I know you're going all Muppet, but
I'm going full Muppet. Alright, I forgot this guy's eyebrows.
I don't know. Shouldn't his eyelashes still be dark?
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
I still think hot pink works well for the Muppet just because.
Mm-hmm. I just didn't know if you wanted to make him look more like Beaker or something, but
No, not really.
no.
This Muppet is just exists.
Yeah, but long story short, there's werewolves and old forgetful wizards and a lich and a bunch of other things. But in any case, it was a fun quest line. But
What hair color?
I essentially had to read it over, and then I had the fun idea to overlap it, so it gives the impression of you reading out a much longer comment, but it's that kind of fade in, fade out, blah 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 blah, and you just go no.
Blue dot from the face, dude. You mean this? That's just a palette.
Yeah, there's some sketch lines behind them, but those aren't going to be in the final piece.
Yeah, don't worry.
Because Illustrator is something else.
I'm like the only artist I know that uses it.
It's because you're making shapes and moving things around. You're not drawing anymore. I could never grasp it. The best that I could do was to use the pencil tool. But that is never as smooth as the pen tool.
Yeah, you can start in pencil and then work up from there.
Right, but usually it's still googly. And has too many curves and squiggles if you use the pencil tool. Unless there's a way for you to use the pencil tool and then you can tell the program to extrapolate and then do smoothing to reduce the number of points you have.
That's a mess. Path. Simplify. Simpler. Maximum simple.
Okay, so that is a function?
Yep.
Well then, maybe I could actually use Illustrator in the future. The eyebrows need to stand out more. What?
I'm just appreciating the mane on this lass.
Lass?
It's your voice.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well then. What voice did I use for that one?
This was the, if you use a missing note with strength on the truck, you get Mew.
Oh, that was the kiddish kind of voice.
Yeah,
Right?
I think so.
Alright.
Oh, I've used this nose twice. There we go.
I don't like that nose.
That's a nose.
Shouldn't you just make it a circle?
Beak. There we go.
No, you should make it a circle.
Ah, this good. I gave them all big noses. Yes. It's not bad, actually. All right.
People are saying, kind of want other programs to have this kind of vector control. Yeah, there might be other vector programs, but I think Illustrator
3D modeling
is the...
and then Inkscape are the only two other kind of program types that do this, to my knowledge.
You already have someone wearing a pink shirt, so
I know.
You need something else.
I'm aware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, what makes vectors useful is very clean graphics, but then also they're infinitely scalable. So if you create something...
So specifically,
Yeah.
When this character is talking and looping on themselves, I was just going to slowly zoom in until it's like just this view.
Right, whereas if you painted it, unless you painted it on a giant canvas, which could slow down your computer and just make things a mess in general. Otherwise, there are limits to...
Oh, let's make this person have zero fashion sense.
There are limits to how close you can have a painting zoom in on before you start seeing pixels. Whereas you can just make some adjustments and the vectors will be able to compute where all the lines are and the fill is, and then poof! Infinitely scalable vectors.
This character hurts to look at.
Using Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint, I hear, is a good option for people who want to have a one-time purchase that acts similarly to Photoshop at the very least.
Oh, right. I was going to buy that the other day.
Oh, was it on one of its 30-some% off sales or 60% off sales?
Oh, no? You should tell me next time it's on one of those.
Okay, because usually they have a 60% off sale at some point. Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, Clip Studio Paint used to be Manga Studio. Manga Studio, I recall being sold at Target all the time back when I was younger. But it, aside from having painting tools similar to Photoshop, it also had a bunch of textures and inking brushes specifically meant for manga, hence Manga Studio. So, you know, all of those, you know, the sparkles or the bubbles or the hatching or the weird textures that you only seem to see in manga? They had essentially packs of textures and brushes like that bundled in with Manga Studio. They also, which was an interesting feature, had 3D models for figures and for objects. So, you know, manga artists are probably more passionate about drawing their characters than they are about, say, school desks or a table or a potted plant or something. So I think they would have a bunch of basic 3D renders for objects that would be difficult to draw in perspective and with a lot of straight lines like furniture. And so they would have all those asset packs for people to... I don't know if it could necessarily make them into inked objects immediately or if you had to draw over them, but just a general library for things that you didn't want to waste all your time on. So, useful in that regard. And yeah, with the character models, I suppose you could adjust the poses so that you could get action shots and things like that. Yeah, we haven't gotten Clip Studio yet because we still have the Photoshop suite.
And we'll probably continue to do so.
Well, you use it for
forever.
Premiere.
Yeah, like I don't have a whole lot of easy options here.
Because if the thing is too, what are the options for Premiere? You had what, Sony Vegas? Or
Yeah,
what
which
else?
is pretty good. Don't get me wrong.
But because we use Photoshop, because we use Illustrator, because we use Premiere, and could use what replaced Flash? Was it just Animate?
It's just Animate. It's still Flash. It's just slightly different.
Right. It's one of those things where we use so much of it, and you're making enough money with YouTube and such to
Offset the cost.
Yeah, offset the cost. But yeah, for people who are just starting out and don't have a consistent income stream from their artwork, I can understand why having a one and done, you know, purchase is the best. I mean, I remember the Photoshop and, you know, Adobe Suite was expensive back in the day. I think we paid over $1,000 for it when we were in college.
Yeah.
And I had CS5 specifically for the Mac, which I was upset about because I only use PCs now, and that means that my license doesn't work for it. But I think CS5 licenses might not work in general, but some people might still use their old CS3, CS4, and CS5 and CS6.
I know a lot of people still use their old stuff. I know one guy that still uses Photoshop 7. Like, not CS, but just 7. Which, you know, was a thing in 2004?
Yeah. I mean, so I suppose in the future, if we ever consider getting another Mac, maybe I could still use CS5.
Yeah, but also, why?
Right, because the thing about when you have a license with the subscription, you are allowed to install things on 2 computers. So for us, the intention of it is so that you can have it on potentially a work computer and a home computer. But for us, it's kind of our family unit where it's on Wander's computer and then my computer. Because I do some very rare video editing here and there, and I should do more for my own stuff.
Would it be weird if the Muppet had Muppet socks or hands?
Wait,
I don't
what?
know, let's find out.
Wait, you're gonna put the little eyeballs on it
Yeah.
and little stringy yarn hair or something?
This person's supposed to look like a loon because they're like backseating hard, having never played the game before.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to draw the quintessential Looney Tune YouTube Twitch commenter that knows nothing, has an empty brain, comments anyway. And no, they're not going to be red. Probably just make them.
Oh no, does this have talking in it? I never like it. Wander has been listening to Spotify a lot as of late. This is Pretzel, obviously, but he's been listening to Spotify, and there's a lot of good music there. But especially with synthwave and stuff, there's a tendency for some songs to have random audio clips interspersed. It could be, you know, the Apollo
I mean, you've
landing.
heard it at least a couple.
Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
that right there. What is that supposed to be?
I don't know.
And sometimes they don't even say anything that matches the context of the song or anything else. It could be even something as simple as a very famous clip of, say, the countdown from one of the shuttle launches or something. 3, 2, 1. And you go, okay. But what is this? Sometimes you get things from the 1940s popping up. This sounds like it belongs in a Yoshi game or something.
Yeah, it's Pop Sky. I like Pop Sky. He's a nice dude.
Sampling in music is super weird. Thaya says, yeah. It is. It's like remixing. That is gonna look so bizarre.
That's the intent. Character's supposed to look.
There's just something about an airy guitar, electric guitar, that just takes you back to the 80s, even though we never experienced the 80s because we weren't born yet. Though, as a 90s child, I think there is some level of nostalgia for the 80s because it was what came immediately before.
I mean, that's kind of true. The thing is, there wasn't a whole lot that really defined the 80s or 90s. No. Like, separately.
No. So, the 80s was when everyone became disillusioned with the world and, you know, all science fiction started veering towards,
Sure.
watch out for your
Science
corporate
fiction's-
overlords.
Science fiction's been like that since forever, Shell.
Yeah, but if you notice in the 1950s, it was all about innovation and developments and
Well, it was defined specifically by
exploration,
the space race.
going into the future and whatnot. And then in the 60s, it was about like social, like exploring the social aspect of going to other worlds and experiencing things with, you know, these other alien civilizations and such. The 70s kind of went back to more speculative sci-fi, but then also space operas. And then the 80s, you just had dystopic, futuristic, post-apocalyptic,
And the 90s
cyberpunk
didn't?
hellscape. The 90s had some of it, but I feel like at that time too, animation really took off. So much of the science fiction and fantasy of the time.
This character hurts to look at.
What?
They hurt to look at.
I find that the 90s, it tended to be more fanciful. And there was a whimsy to it. You know, things were good.
I think maybe that's just because you consumed a lot of 90s media in the 90s as a child. Which
Which meant that most of it I
things
experienced.
are good.
Right, but the thing is, other 90s movies, okay. 90s sci-fi.
Because wasn't Face Off like a 90s movie?
I don't know. Maybe, do you know what it was? It was the action hero. Action heroes became popular in the 90s. But it was less gory and problematic. I don't know. I think we just started seeing the action heroes and there were an awful lot of movies with kids saving the world and a lot of kids media. Wait, what you're doing Muppet Shoes?
All in. All in, baby.
Wait, you're even showing their feet? I thought that you were only showing them from the waist up.
I don't know. I feel
Because
like
that guy's only from the waist
yeah.
up.
The Muppet didn't have a whole
Okay,
lot
that
going
person
on.
has the full body, the goblin.
Yeah, it was really I just didn't want to bother with that guy's feet.
And then that
Or
one,
hers.
she's gonna
I don't
do
know.
these.
I varied. This character is supposed to look nonsense, and so I just wanted to own it. You know, what would weirdly complete this character. Just like a totally arbitrary.
Arbitrary, a patch? Or what are you...
Just like a totally arbitrary. Oh, maybe a patch would be better. You're right. I was thinking just like a random cut in the shirt that's just like, what are you doing?
And of course, it's the polar opposite color. That was a cute song. Just imagining some creature trundling along. Maybe a turtle.
Tides of Change.
It's called Tides of Change.
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm imagining the Loch Ness Monster or something similar to it.
Did you know the Loch Ness Wait, no. Loch Ness was a lake.
Yeah.
I was reading a thing about how somebody had like really started looking into sea serpent myths. You know,
Okay.
where did they all come from? I'm not sure where Loch Ness came from, but most sea serpents were just whale dicks.
What?
Yeah.
Just something in the water?
Yeah, you know.
Or were the whales sticking them in the air?
Yeah.
What's going on?
The whales were just presenting, and people would see them and just be like, it's a sea serpent.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what about krakens? Did anyone come across the corpse of a giant squid?
Possibly. I'm very proud of this dumbass Muppet. This is going to take a little while. What color should her face be? Because we got green, pink, and blue so far. Maybe just a happy, sunny yellow?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that. Oh, this sounds like a waltz.
Okay.
Wander is very fond of chiptune music. We actually went to a chiptune concert back when we were in college, right?
Yep. Anamanaguchi, Danimal Cannon, I don't remember the other ones. Mainly, Starscream. We actually, oh no, I went to 2. You just joined me for one of them.
Yeah, I joined you for one.
The one I took you to was tremendously better. The other one that I went to was like in this really small music venue.
I remember the one that we went to was pretty small. It
But like,
was like the inside
you
of
could
a
walk
bar
around
or something.
and like you didn't have to be like shoulder to shoulder with people.
Yeah.
Whereas the one I went to previously straight up was just like practically mosh pit. Like I had to hit a guy because he wouldn't stop smacking me.
Really?
Yeah.
By
Yeah,
smacking,
he like put
he
on
was
a
just-
mask and he was just flailing while he was dancing.
Oh.
And like he smacked me, and so I just like walloped him, and he moved away because he would not. You know, I'd pushed
I'm
him. I'd
surprised
asked
you
him to
didn't
move.
end up in a fight.
Nah, the dude was way too high.
Or do you mean drunk?
No,
'Cause this is
pretty
me-
sure he was high.
Because this is New York State we're talking about.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't stop people. And I'm not much of an expert, but they're pretty different states of mind. Both impairments, yes.
Ooh, I like this twist.
This is good.
It is sounding very Victorian. Oh yeah, it wasn't
Respect the wig.
respect the wig, of course. So you have to imagine the white powdered wigs
Of course.
with the little curls on the side.
Okay.
This is just really groovy.
Yeah, dig it. Let's see, who did this one again?
And I'm just
It's
imagining.
a 2-hour track challenge. Dude made this in...
Oh, so that's
2
why it's
hours.
been switching between different. Oh no, wait, this is a 2-hour track challenge. I see.
Yeah, so it's specifically, I
you
think
you make things.
he
within
made that
2
in
hours.
2 hours. Which is, like,
Well, if you
incredibly
think about
impressive.
it, well, with a lot of these songs, what you do is you compose certain riffs and beats and some bass lines and some harmonies, and you have a melody that you repeat, but then you also have a couple of variations on that melody.
That's fair.
So it's assembling music can be compared to I suppose it would be a mixing of different flavors. Is this a new song?
Yep.
Because it isn't
No.
showing up on the screen.
Well, not for us. Oh.
No, see? Yeah, it doesn't change each time. You have to refresh it.
Weird.
So I think you haven't been properly crediting everyone.
Yeah, easy peasy. Love that one track from Pure with the dulcimer that slapped. Darren Korb is genius. Darren Korb is great.
Oh yeah, I love all Super Giants music. Because aside from the music itself, I love how they are able to incorporate the two voices, his and who's the singer? But they sound absolutely gorgeous together. And there isn't singing much in game tracks in general. Though I found that with some of the Jack Wall Myst soundtracks, there were a number of choral and solos interspersed within.
Who's that really creepy composer?
Which one?
The one that was kind of outed around the same time. It was like summer 2019. Did the Guild Wars theme song?
Oh, that was Jeremy Seal.
That's who it was.
I haven't heard anything about him.
I think he
or
just
anyone
kind of
else
disappeared
since.
because, like, pretty
Cancels. Yeah. Canceled.
much. Yeah.
Ashley Barrett's. She's the singer that works
That's
with Korb.
what it is, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of like this hot pink hair. I
You
realized
just love hot pink.
hot pink is a great color. It's fun to work with.
Mm-hmm. Magenta is pretty
Like,
in its own way.
I would like to find some...
Actually,
some
yeah,
of this
Wander
magenta.
changed the lights that he has behind his... Also, why do you have your foot on the wall?
I have my foot on the...
Yeah, I know,
the
you can muck it up.
electrical... Or no, that's a phone jack.
A phone jack. As though people use landline phones anymore. Her.
Maybe people do.
But yeah, because we got some Philips Hue lights to try to make our game room look a little bit more like a game room. Because for years we had just gotten by with our screens, no real decorations. But I convinced Wander to get some Philips Hue's lights, and so we have the two play bars, which they kind of cast a light on the wall, and it's pretty. So it's not something shining directly in your face, it's reflected light. But there's two of them, so the cool thing is you can set them to different colors and they'll be able to mix into new colors. But we had originally put up a kind of cyan blue and purple, because it kind of fits with Wanderbots. But the blue tends to be really bright. If you've ever played around with lightsabers, akin to the Master Replicas lightsabers or any of the Hasbro effects lightsabers, blue is really bright. Red tends to be the dimmest color, and then green is somewhere in the middle. Purple, I would say, is a step below blue. But it is bright. Blue is very bright, so we decided to switch it up, and Wander chose magenta. So now he has magenta and kind of a more violet set of lights behind his computers, and they mix, and it's really pretty. The interesting thing though is our green screen and this little roller ball that we have to loosen up the muscles in our arms when they get tired from drawing or gaming, they're a bright green, and when you have the magenta and purple light as the only light sources in the room, they look orange. Just they glow orange. And it is really creepy.
Oh no, it's kind of cool.
People are asking, should magenta be considered a real color? I mean, magenta is a real color. If you study color theory, there's additive and subtractive color. So
It's just a hard color to...
it's a hard color to produce without mixing. Well, no, with mixing. You can't really produce it with mixing. So there's additive and subtractive color. And so there's the color wheel that people see with light, which is RGB, so red, green, blue. And then there's CYMK, which is cyan, yellow, magenta, and K is, for some reason, the keyword for, or the letter for black. I don't know why they ended up choosing K for it. Probably because B was already used with blue for RGB. But so magenta is one of those. Oh, you're looking it up?
Yeah. Key.
It's just key?
Yeah.
Key is black, apparently. Okay. Yeah, because with RGB, when you mix them all, they produce white, and with CMY, you produce K, which is black.
So the answer is key plates.
Oh, by Carl Lederhosen. So is it just K for Carl? Or K for key plate? But yep. So RGB is used with your computers and whatnot, and CYMK is used with inks and printing. Which is a reason why it's actually difficult to paint in RGB, and it's fine when you're displaying your stuff on the computer, but if you try printing stuff out, it can look horrendous. I might actually have to format a number of my pieces of artwork properly so that when they print into CYMK, they don't look horrid. Because some of them print just fine, and other ones, the colors look off. But yeah, it was always infuriating for me when we painted in traditional paints, and I wanted to get a magenta color, but you can't mix it no matter how hard you try. So you pretty much have to purchase it as its own separate tube. Because most sets come with yellow. They come with blue. You know, they come with a red. And then, you know, white and black. And you can usually mix much of what you need from those. But magenta? Nuh-uh.
Lego girl. She is a little Lego-y.
Well, people just are so... Ah! No. I would say either a pale purple or maybe you go a little bit more orange with the yellow, but I think she's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it works. The immediate problem is... I've got to get the sweater flat.
Oh, you're really gonna... I suppose you are gonna have to draw out all those lines.
I will probably use the pencil tool for it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, the music seemed to change successfully.
Well, oh yeah. Odd. Maybe just sometimes it just doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I definitely do not miss most traditional mediums. I started my experience with art with pencil, and that was my favorite medium pretty much all the way up until I was able to go to college. I mean, I used acrylics and pastels before and colored pencil, but school had us trying out everything. But I think it just affirmed to me, I had gone into school knowing that I'd have to learn digital illustration because that was necessary for a lot of science fiction and fantasy art and concept art. But the other thing too is it's just... You're changing because of voices?
Yeah.
But the other thing too is there's so little mess. I find that with traditional mediums, not only do you have to have the surfaces on which to draw, but tons of different pigments or tools. You have to use a lot of water and other substances to thin and change the viscosity of your paints.
Here's one. Have we ever tried to get into Pacific Northwestern art? So I haven't. I would love to, but
I mean, my aunt out in Kansas had a ton of it.
yeah. I think it's one of those where it's just like...
Maybe she got it in Vancouver or something.
I think that's such a culturally specific thing. It almost would feel weird to me.
I don't think it would be one of those things that I'd be comfortable creating, but purchasing from
It would be something
artists.
I'd be... Yeah. It would be something I'd be comfortable with, like, learning from and kind of trying to use. Not that specific style, but, like, some of the ideas presented within. Let's see, we're back on YouTube now. Temporarily. I don't know if this is going to be normal or if this is just going to be today. I just wanted to stream on YouTube once just to see. We keep kind of talking about this a little bit, that this channel is kind of an experiment. But so much of my usual job involves kind of... I'm not going to say drudgery.
What's drudgery?
The YouTube channel, kind of. It's like, it's so locked in.
Well, and also you've been doing it for 8 years now? how long has it been?
7.5.
7.5 years. And the number of series that you cover has only gone up and up and up. And
Yep.
you keep getting keys and you try to keep up. Half the games aren't even finished because they're early access. And a number of games you've just been disappointed with.
Yep. And so I kind of wanted to use this channel as kind of a way of experimenting and freeing myself from the exact cycle that, you know, my Twitch and my YouTube and everything presented.
Wander has also been keenly aware of what is successful and what is trendy. And unfortunately, it's informed some of his decisions about what to play and whether or not to continue things, which is valid because you want what you do put out to be more successful. But it also means that games that you enjoy, there might not be the incentive to continue, at least when it comes to demand. And games that you dislike are in demand and you go, ugh, I have to do them. But also, wouldn't you say that working on your essays and your art is fulfilling?
Very.
To an extent? It's something that I don't want to say only you can do, but it's more creative and more unique. Because I don't want to make light of what Let's Playing and streaming games is, but
I mean, I'm playing somebody
games.
else's game.
Right. You're playing a game and you're talking over it. And that's something that I don't want to say everyone can do, but because it does require skill and practice.
And like my humor and my personality are kind of what makes my channel unique. It's just like I want to experiment with some things.
Yeah, especially I should let you talk for yourself. I need to acquire hydration because I've been talking too much. And that
Yeah,
results
you came in
in a
here
dry throat.
without
Huh?
a drink.
Huh?
You came in here without a drink.
I did. Well, I
Shut up.
actually I did come in with liquids, but they happened to be tea. And unfortunately, that just made me thirstier. But yeah, I'll go grab that. Are you going to talk about something?
Yeah, I just gotta remember. I'm slightly focused. Very easy to just kind of get lost in what I'm doing. Let's see. But yeah, as far as everything goes, I doubt I'm going to be on YouTube for many streams. Maybe it'll be purely from like an art perspective for like D&D art and video essays and whatnot. Because like I don't want to diversify so much that, you know, no one knows where to look for me, and like it just gets messy. But I guess I want this channel to be at least somewhat successful, from the perspective of like my endeavors in it. I don't know. I want Wanderbot Prime to be a thing, just so, you know, I don't spend the rest of my career just playing video games, because I don't mind just playing video games, but I guess I think about it often. You know, I've been doing this for 7.5, almost 8 years, and there's kind of that question of like, how do people in this industry retire? And the answer is like, no one has yet. I mean, okay, there are a number of people that have retired, but it's kind of more of just like, I don't feel like doing it anymore, or so on and so forth. The only person I can think of that like retired-ish, and it was temporary, was like C-Nanners. That, you know, he specifically went on like a long sojourn, and I think came back very recently, for at least a little while. But like, other than that, I've never seen a single like YouTuber full-on retire in a way that wasn't, you know, metrics based, where they were just like, yep, my channel's dying. I could struggle with this, but instead I'm just going to I'm just gonna quit while I'm ahead and not worry about it. And maybe I'm just not looking enough for channels that have retired. Mainly just because, you know, not a lot of people do it. Because for the most part, like, YouTube and Twitch are a young person's thing. And so, yeah, why would any of these people retire? Let's see, C-Nanners is still here. He's just chilling. Is that what we're talking about? Because, I mean, he is here, and he does exist. Called retirement when you just start reading subreddit instead of doing your main content. Ugh. I know a number of people that do that, and it's like gross bad. Like I don't know. I can't help but judge people a little bit when they revert to that kind of content style.
Then there are also people who've burned out. There's people who've been canceled. There's people that maybe they've had children and YouTubing is not conducive to child rearing or something like that.
Yeah. But like, it's my job, so like having kids would be like, I'd have to figure out how to reconcile the two as opposed to just outright quitting, because like,
yeah, we don't know about kids.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different thing for me because I potentially have to be the one growing and carrying it.
This is getting weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It is very weird, which is why I'd rather not discuss it. But I could only imagine that, I mean, because we both stay from home, would that just mean I'd, for the most part, take care of the child and we might see you for dinner or lunch?
I'd probably have a much more reasonable schedule, or I'd like heavily cut back and then switch over to writing or something so I could be equally present. But
I think I'd asked one of the professional artists who worked from home, you know, what is life like? And because he had kids and stuff, and he had a designated office room mostly separate from the rest of the house that he could recluse himself to specifically to do work. And he might come out for lunchtime, and then, you know, obviously by dinner he would have stopped for the day, and yeah, then maybe he would have had that kind of evening that you do where you interact with the kids and help them with their homework or play some board games with them and tuck them into bed, that kind of thing. But we've just been trying to get by with some days off and stuff, but Wander is not satisfied with leisure. He has to be working, but that's the other problem too. much of what we do, you know, art, writing, video games, and whatnot, all of those were hobbies that have become pertinent to our careers and stuff. So is it work? Is it play? What is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, streaming is actually the only thing that feels like work.
Is it because you know you can't
Get up,
go to
walk
the
around.
bathroom and
I mean, I can go to the bathroom, but
munch
there's
on
kind of a
stuff?
clock. The clock's ticking.
the clock is ticking?
And I think that's it. That it's that feeling of like,
At the same time, people use that as a incentive to keep working,
yeah.
because otherwise they could take too long a break or
Well, yeah,
just
and that's
stop working.
that's part of the reason why I succeeded more so than many of my peers that I started with. Was that I had actually used streaming not to be a streamer, but as a focus tool. Because I knew I would get distracted watching YouTube videos. And so on and so forth. And oops. And by streaming, I could guarantee that I was able to pay attention consistently to like one thing or one recording for a while, and not have to worry about like, okay, well, I just spent the last 3 hours just aimlessly browsing Reddit, and now I am, you know, super behind, so now I have to stay up super late to like finish this recording, or you know, miss a day or something like that.
Yeah, good night, Lemon. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. It will stay longer than you originally thought, but I gotta go now. Hi, y'all. Yeah.
How many people are here? I can't
30?
tell.
34.
Hello, 34.
For a stream that I only announced via Discord, not bad.
Yeah. What do you even have it listed under? Because I
Film
know
and
that
animation.
Huh?
Film and animation.
Right. Because YouTube and Twitch don't have art categories, which is insane. Because art streaming is. I mean, maybe it's because I'm an artist and mostly follow other artists, but there's a huge market for art streamers. And I know that at one time they bundled art under art and creative, but then they completely destroyed that section on Twitch. And they don't even have that as a section on YouTube. On YouTube, there's what? Gaming, just what other things? Like, not chatting. That's a Twitch thing. Just chatting. But there's like self-help or life or I don't know. We'd have to look up the categories.
On Twitch?
On Twitch and on
On
YouTube.
Twitch, it's creative.
Right, but I think they had subsections for music and other things, but they didn't have one for art and illustration.
Or
And
game
artists.
design, which is something a lot of people are grumpy about. Because a lot of developers stream their game design work.
Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, on YouTube, they don't have a category when you upload an art video or a time lapse for art.
Not that I think a whole lot of people use categories.
Really? Doesn't it help inform anything?
Nope.
Then how do people find YouTube videos?
The algorithm.
The algorithm.
Algorithm.
No wonder people are so
Bongos
grumpy
just
with
beating
it.
away. Some days he feels like suggesting your videos, other days. Bango.
posted 10 years ago many times now. As in, it's just something that's trending or
That would be
forward.
an absolutely hilarious
Just getting an
video
old viral
talking
video.
about the algorithm, and it's just like an animation of just Al Gore just on some bongos for a while.
Wait, the algorithm?
Yeah.
Oh no.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone's thought of that before.
I'm
but
sure people have.
Well, then look it up right now. The algorithm.
Yep.
Okay, wait.
In fact, I think it's Kimmy Schmidt.
Kimmy
joke?
Schmidt made something?
Maybe, yeah.
No,
Algorithms.
When your voice recognition
software.
misinterprets algorithms.
Oh, well, that's not interesting.
What? No. Okay.
It doesn't seem like anybody's really pushed it.
But look, there's a Facebook page for a musician band. Though it just says 500 likes. And there's a band camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone's already used it.
Could Wander do a deepfake picture of Shell? Hey,
No.
man, Shell.
No.
No.
No, I hate deep fakes. I think deep fakes should only be used for... Okay, I've seen good deep fakes of... You know how in the... Oh, I shouldn't say it because spoilers. Okay, so you know when they have
I mean, it's not big spoilers.
an older actor... No, I was thinking of Mandalorian at the very end.
Yeah.
But, okay, so you know when you have older actors and...
That's not big spoilers, Shell.
What? Everyone knows who
No,
pops
but,
up
like,
at the end of The Mandalorian?
You can straight up just say that, like, they have young Luke in it.
Okay, fine. Young Luke appears in The Mandalorian. And by young Luke, I mean maybe this is Luke a couple years after Return of the Jedi Luke.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so it's not like wee babby Tatooine Luke.
Uh-huh. But they did it in CGI. I think maybe they got a physical stand-in, but they did a CGI face.
You absolutely have, like, the mocap actor.
Right, but it just did not look right. There's still that uncanny valley. And I think it's especially a little bit of a soullessness in the eyes that just doesn't look right. And the mouth movements don't look right. But there are some people that had used deepfakes on top of the CGI to make it look so much more like Luke. And Mark Hamill from back when he was younger. And I was thinking to myself, that might be an excusable way to use a deepfake. Because that's just making something that you've made in CGI even more accurate. It's like a texture or an extra skin.
So for those of you that don't know what a deepfake is specifically using a 3D model or imaging program to effectively go over somebody's, like one
Footage.
person's face and to have a different person's face over it.
Yeah, you need a lot of angles and photo input,
So
which is why it tends to be done with actors because there's a lot of reference floating around out
so
there.
specifically, you could deepfake.
There was a guy making TikTok videos as Tom Cruise,
Yeah.
for instance, and he actually fooled people.
Yeah. There was the what was it?
I mean, unfortunately, a lot of actresses were targeted for porn.
Yeah. No, who's Neo again? What's his name?
Who?
The actor for Neo. I forget his name.
Oh, Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. There we go. Brain is not here.
Yeah.
But some deepfakes people had like a video of Keanu Reeves stopping a robbery. And like, it was all in
And
like a big joke.
Just when you think we didn't need anything more to confuse the populace with what's real and what isn't anymore, you have this technology come out. Because in the old days, it's like, a recording, a voice recording, that's something. This video footage, that's even more irrefutable. Because, someone can imitate a voice, maybe. But,
I mean, I will say, though, it's very much the kind of thing that you can do, like, with the whole context business. you know earlier when I had that person that was mad at me on Twitter because I was making a joke.
Yeah? What about it?
Well, I feel like a lot of the logic at handling deepfakes would be kind of the same, where it's just like...
Well, then that means that nothing is true and everything has to be heavily scrutinized. But then again, I suppose everyone should be encouraged to heavily scrutinize everything.
Yeah.
But what I'm more concerned about is what are the moral implications of having someone's visage used on something that they don't agree with? And
Well, on that topic, admittedly, is a little bit not quite current events, but did you hear back in it was like 2016, 2017, ISP, like it was the whole net neutrality thing?
wait, people didn't know that Keanu Reeves was Neo?
Huh.
Yeah, it was one of his early films. Not his earliest, because he was also that teenage kid in, what was it?
Oh,
I never
Bill and
saw
Ted.
I have never seen Bill and Ted.
Yeah, was he Ted? I think he was Ted. Anyway,
He's been in a lot of stuff.
yeah,
He's a good actor.
he's been all over. But
so what were you thinking
during
of?
the net neutrality discussion back in like 2016, 2017, ISPs specifically had flooded like a suggestions box or something like that with a
Okay.
bunch of comments from people, like tons, millions.
Oh.
But it was like verifiably false. It was like, you know, many of the comments were straight up like, there's even a very real possibility that they had
Bots doing
well,
this?
no, it was bots. Like they just took a bunch of people's identities and had them saying stuff in favor of net neutrality.
Oh, was this the one where they were making fake human pictures with a conglomeration of other people's faces?
No,
No?
maybe, but like they definitely straight up had like they definitely straight up had like Obama voicing, like they just took Obama's name and a picture of him and just had him say like, you know, I support getting rid of net neutrality.
Oh, those
just like on
kind
this
of
forum.
things.
And it was like tons and tons of comments. And so the state of New York just released a study saying, yep, ISPs funded effectively a bunch of these fake internet comments in favor of net neutrality, or in favor of getting rid of it, which was partially used as a as like justification for getting rid of net neutrality back in the day. So it's like deepfakes are creepy, but I feel like they're just kind of the edge case boogeyman that's only going to really scare celebrities and stuff. But that I think
No,
that-
there have definitely been normal people that have been victimized.
True. But I think the reality of people being spooked by deepfakes like that's kind of already here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Amazon's totally real employees on Twitter against unions. Oh man, I remember that.
Yep. As I said before, I really hate how easy it is for people just to make hundreds of accounts on a platform and there's no kind of verification. And the thing is too, even if you had to say tie every account to one phone number or something, they could just buy a bunch of phones and pay for a bunch of phone lines, right?
Well, no, you can just get a bunch of free phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they've got the money for it.
Right.
No one's
But
gonna stop
essentially,
them.
scrutinize everything. Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what you hear.
Ugh.
Unless it comes from official sources. Right?
Kind of. My big umbrage
Official
with this.
sources.
Oh,
Uh-oh,
okay,
what?
there we go. I was panicking a little bit because my swamp people weren't coming back, and I could not figure out why. The answer was, I still
Okay.
don't know why, but it's fine.
I suppose that could be misconstrued.
Because like that's
It's like the super skeptics.
yeah. So like
But
I
the thing is, official sources.
Yeah, I just I straight up was talking about getting vaccinated, and like people should get vaccinated on
Right, but you would trust professionals and
but, like you should see the comments on
government
my
organizations for
you should see the comments on my
CDC
Hard
and
Space
stuff.
Shipbreaker footage of like a bunch of people being like, I'm a med student, I don't believe in vaccinations, it's dangerous. And it's just like, I mean, that's probably a lie, but also and just like tons of people are just kind of coming out as like, they're suspicious, I don't believe them, you know, it's a hoax, or maybe not a hoax, it's a there's something fishy going on, or it's not safe, or they're just trying
yeah,
to
but they're also the ones listening to the propaganda by the fake news sources.
But it's just like, healthy skepticism is important,
How
but
did
it's
it go
also
with
knowing
us?
your sources.
Good. We only have our first ones. The next
Yeah.
shots are going to be later this week, in a couple days. Then we'll be fully vaccinated.
Yeah,
But
I will probably be grumbling about it on Discord, or I'll be totally fine, and we'll be playing. We'll probably play Resident Evil on Thursday night.
yeah, for me, it was definitely pain in the arm. I couldn't sleep well on it, or even with my arm in the shoulder. Even when I was laying on the shoulder that wasn't the one that received the shot, there was still a pain, like a stretching feeling of the muscles around my other shoulder. So yeah, it was uncomfortable, and I definitely needed a long nap the next day or two. But no, it wasn't so bad. I hear that the second one is going to be worse.
So my dad
we'll
was
see.
like, just take the medicine that, you know, I suggested, and you'll be fine. It's like, all right. I guess I should
That's
probably.
because your dad works
Yeah.
with research for
So
for
my
remedies.
dad straight up has been like researching useful like pharmaceutical, not cures for COVID, but you know, what drugs to take for treating people that currently have it, as opposed to like the vaccine, which is more preventative. My dad's on the reactive side. And so he's found a bunch of, like, you know, shelf-based drugs that actually do have a net positive effect at, like, reducing symptoms. And so he was just like, yeah, try this and this, and this and this and this, and you might be okay. But I feel weird about talking about it openly, like, which ones, because I'm not a medical...
Not a medical source.
Yeah, so, like, I will parrot things that I can, like, officially point to and say, like, yeah, this expert said this. But private advice from my dad is not the kind of thing I should be sharing too actively. Oh. I was wondering about that. The whites of her eyes disappeared.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, the only vaccine that didn't work for me was the whooping cough one. I got it, but it was around middle school when they discovered that in my generation the whooping cough vaccine could wear off on some people, some kids. So I don't know where I got exposed to it, but I got whooping cough.
Mother has super moral objection to most vaccines because of the baby thing. Oh, stem cell research? That's such a non-thing, though. It's not like they're out finding babies to, like, harvest. These are children that could not go to term for whatever reason, and, like, holy shit, you know that they would not actually be doing this if
Did
they
they
were...
use stem cells for it? I thought that stem cells were more for if you wanted to potentially help with Lou Gehrig's
there's a
disease
lot
or
of
a
stem
lot
cell
of autoimmune
related
stuff.
research that potentially
Organ failure.
could have gone into it.
Yeah.
I know stuff like Regeneron was like actually stem cell related. I don't think it itself had stem cells in it, but that was much more stem cell specific. I know that was like one of the big ones that everybody was like, oh, Regeneron, and it's like, yeah, for the rich and powerful, maybe.
People are saying we're scared of side effects. There are some medicines that you see ads for where you look at them and you go, wow, all that nausea, vomiting, blood clots, and a host of other things, sound a lot worse than the actual ailment. But
the thing is, they have to warn you that it's a potential, but almost every medicine has, like, no side effects outside of a couple of very unlucky individuals that they still have to warn you about. But, like, if a drug actually had major side effect issues, it would either have to be absolutely necessary, like chemotherapy, for example, or,
and I think that
the cure is...
They look at acceptable percentages and such.
I just know if all of these meds and vaccines were bad for me, my dad would be freaking the heck out and being like, do not take them. Because, I mean, if they were actually bad for you, what the hell would my dad be like, here, son, drink poison?
And the unfortunate thing is, there are a number of diseases, like measles, for instance, that were eradicated, and they had caused so much pain and suffering and harm, but, enough people had gotten vaccinated that it disappeared from the earth until, what do you know? People stopped getting their vaccinations, and now there's resurgences.
I can't wait for the bubonic to return.
It already has.
I know.
It already has, and I think there were some cases in Mongolia.
Realistically, the bubonic is like a non-issue.
Well, there are some things that can be treated with antibiotics, but I suppose the concern with anything that you would have to use antifungal or antibacterial with is that something adapts, and then your antifungal and antibacterial treatments don't work anymore.
The thing with the bubonic is that it specifically is not dangerous because it's like much more of a
animal.
It's a cleanliness thing.
Yeah.
And that like that's more of a danger in piss poor conditions, literally piss poor conditions, as opposed to.
Well, I know that there were reports recently that there's a like a nasal passage and like eye and mouth fungus that's also tied to the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
You do not want to get that stuff because it rots your face out.
Yeah, so that's specifically from what I've heard, is an issue because oxygen is passed through water and people's immune systems are super weak. So it's not like it's some kind of super fungus that's wrecking people. It's more so just the fact that...
Well, they also say that part of it is sanitation when it comes to the devices that they're using to administer oxygen.
Yeah.
And they might not care how many people it's passed over and through, especially, I think the fungus was found in India.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
And they're in a crisis right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of my grandma's friends got a lung fungus from a Norwegian cruise ship.
But that was one of the main reasons why, like, lockdowns and masks were so important in, like, not just embracing COVID. Was because, like, shit like this happens so much more frequently.
Are you sure this whole stream isn't going to get taken down?
No,
or
it's not.
YouTube isn't going to get
It's going to get
taken
demonetized, but luckily, I preempted that by not having monetization on this channel. Also, they loosened their standards pretty heavily. Now, obviously, if I was going out handing out hoax information, like, don't take the vaccine or masks are evil, and Satan, and you need to drink more cow piss.
What?
That is a touted cure going on right now.
Ew, gross. Like, what's... Ew. That's gross.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already gross enough that I know this is sad, but it's already kind of gross enough that people drink cow baby juice. And granted, I love things that are made from cow baby juice. But if you think about it, what was it? There's an acceptable quantity of pus that can be in cow's milk?
Yep.
What?
Which is really weird.
Ew. Gross.
Oh, I never finished this guy's hand. Shoot.
Oh, yeah. I thought for a moment that you were just having it in a pocket or something, but... But no.
Yeah, I just kind of have
I
like
can
a weird...
understand there being interesting medicines that have been developed from compounds found in plants and things, but just all that alternative medicine stuff where they don't have any kind of scientific basis is just ugh.
If you eat a tiger dick, your own dick will get bigger. It's like... I know holistic medicine is, like, there are scientific roots there and there are good things, but, like, holy shit. That one bugs me.
Well, and also, I really dislike when there's the kind of ancient or folk medicines that require rhino horns and pangolin scales.
Well, I mean, I just did the tiger dick joke.
Oh, the tiger dick?
Like, I feel like that myth would wear out almost immediately. It's like, huh, my dick's not bigger. This ain't working.
Right, but but the thing is, they always seem to target endangered animals, and maybe the animals are endangered in part because of the demand for their body parts for...
Most of it, I want to say, is just touted and pushed specifically by exotic animal markets because they want to turn that buck.
But no, the thing is, in Africa, the only incentive poachers have to kill these animals is because of the market in, say, China.
Well, yeah, but who do you think's selling it in China? There are people who, like, this is their job, and they want that to continue.
It should all be banned.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
People are talking about cheese now. Yeah, cheese is one of those things I don't know. I don't know about giving it up. We did get a bunch of sliced plant-based cheese that we need to use. Maybe I'll make a grilled cheese sandwich at some point.
Want to make grilled cheese sandwiches tonight?
Wait, you want me to make grilled cheese sandwiches tonight?
Yeah.
With the plant-based cheese?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know. I'm hungry too.
Like, realistically, I guess I've gotten these 4 done. That took a little longer than I meant for it to, but I was kind of having fun.
Plant-based cheese, is it any good? So we've only had 1 or 2 varieties of plant-based cheese so far. One of them we had accidentally picked up. We were picking up mozzarella for pizza and accidentally picked up the plant-based mozzarella. And it tasted okay, but it was a little too liquidy. I think it was actually made out of cashews or something along those lines. Usually they have to mix in things like potato starches and other things as well. I don't know what the basis for the American kind of cheese, yellow orange cheese slices are for this. So I'll have to go see what it is made out of and how it tastes, but they look like Velveeta slices to me. So we've definitely lowered our meat consumption by, I would say, about 80 to 90%.
It's a lot.
Over the pandemic, and
not regretting it.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been exercising as much as we should, so I don't I don't know if I will necessarily feel the like physical difference of it, but would you say you've been less flatulent? I don't know. Have you been less flatulent? Have you been...
Somewhat.
Not that this is something...
I mean,
that we
definitely
should
from like a
discuss here.
gastrointestinal health, I am healthier.
You are healthier.
I can definitely say
gastrointestinally.
that. I don't want to go into detail on this. That's stank.
Yep. And I mean, Wander has been drinking oat and rice milk, though I think he likes rice milk more.
Yep, rice milk is superior. Oat milk is good, but it's a little too thick, so it doesn't feel very hydrating.
I still think we haven't found a plant-based yogurt that we like.
Yeah.
But ice cream...
The peely nut stuff is good.
There was the oat ice cream was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, the goat ice cream.
Oat.
Oh, oat ice cream.
Not goat ice cream.
The goat ice cream was good, though.
I mean,
too.
goat things are fun, too, but that's also goat baby juice.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about... We're talking about plant-based stuff.
Let's see, your partner is vegetarian and lactose intolerant, so like I've been having a lot of other options. Yeah. Modern times have definitely been friendlier for that sort of thing. We have a new favorite grocery store around here called Market of Choice, and they have tremendous, like, just such a tremendous selection of... Oh, wait, why am I putting this on? I'm not drawing anything in Photoshop. But they just have such a good selection.
Yeah, and instead of, ground beef and other meat, we've been having
Impossible Burger.
Impossible and Beyond. Though Beyond makes us a little burpy.
So
we
does
like
plant-based
Impossible
yogurt
more.
even exist? Yes. We have some downstairs. It's peely nut. And there's also cashew and...
There's oat.
Oh. I think I saw pea yogurt, but I'm not big on peas.
Yeah, unfortunately, every time we've had the pea protein-based stuff, it tastes a little weird. But yeah, for fake, well, not fake meat, but for plant-based meat, I don't know if there's going to be another term for it. I know that meat companies were getting really angry at plant-based meat products for advertising with meat as part of the name.
Yeah, so Texas is actually outlawing calling Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat at all.
Oh.
You have to call them something else.
Okay. So what would we call them?
I
Veet?
don't know. It's stupid.
Would we call them... But... Oh yeah, coconut milk. How could we forget that? For coconut yogurt. But... Oh, there are good fake chickens. And there's tempeh. And there's seitan.
Animal alternative ain't bad. I feel like just going with like Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger is fine. Veggie meat. I don't... Yeah. It doesn't want to save the big version of this.
Oh, no?
It might be too big.
Too big for your computer.
Which is a surprise. I've never had this issue before. I'm trying to make it real big, though, so I can zoom in on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when I was watching a couple documentaries. Oh, there were some cool ones. So I suppose talking about upstate New York again, there is a company that's outside of Albany that is growing a bunch of mushrooms. But it's the roots of the mushrooms form this immense white gelatinous mass. And you can slice it up like bacon and such. So they might have a mushroom-based bacon coming out at some point, but the only place that serves this is around Albany. I really want to try mushroom bacon. That would sound interesting. But, oh, what is it? So the other cool thing about this company too, I think they're called Ecovative. I think that's what they're called. But they also have, you know how in a lot of packaging there's foam, like a molded foam around objects that have to be packaged securely. And unfortunately, think of all that foam that can't be recycled, can't be melted down properly. But the thing is, they created, with these same roots, they can have the roots grow in this mold. Well, not mold, I should say. Okay, so what they do is they make a plastic mold of the kind of foam shape that they want to make.
Ooh, that's a big girl. All right, we're
the
good.
vacuum form. Okay. And then what they do is they have a bunch of wood chips and plant matter and corn husks and such that they can use as debris from farming. And then what they have is the mushrooms, grow into it, and they create this lattice work of roots.
Huh.
And then
Chinese fake meat has a great name. It was called Ziru. Ru being the Chinese word for meat. That's cool, actually. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Mycelium? Or mycelicon? Yeah, it's one of some of the mycelium. But yeah, I think they're making mushroom bricks? I don't know if they've made mushroom bricks, but yeah, they're making the mushroom foam molds. So yeah, then you can have foam packaging, and I suppose maybe you just crush it and you can have it compost or something outside. It just sounds great. We really need to find ways around packaging. I'm looking forward to when, plastic bags
Yeah.
and stuff, the plastic bags that you have surrounding your crackers in the cardboard box. And you go, why? But of course, they would stale if they were just packaged in the cardboard box. They're not like pasta. Pasta can sit in cardboard boxes just fine. But it'd be great if they actually did. I think there's certain corn-based plastics that might be able to surround stuff like that. I know that Skittles, and which company was it that owned Skittles? I think they were looking into making candy packaging that was biodegradable. That'd be a lot of fun. Oh, people are asking about Dokapon Kingdom?
Yeah, on Discord.
Yeah, we like Dokapon Kingdom.
Someday we'll set it up. Alright. Do we want to call it quits? Because the next bit is the legend of backseating, which I probably don't want to show.
Yeah, you want that to be a surprise.
Yeah.
But I suppose to wrap this up, though, yeah, there's a lot of fun alternatives, and there's a lot of new innovative tech coming out for sustainable packaging and sustainable faux meat. So we're happy about trying it out.
Anyway, I think it's a good stopping point. I'll keep working, but...
The edible packaging peanuts? Yeah, I've gotten some of those.
I love those.
But I haven't tried eating them.
I haven't eaten them, but they're fun to throw in a sink and watch them just go bleh and dissolve. Anyway, I think at this point, it's a good stopping point. We are quite tired, and I want to rest my voice so I don't lose it. But I did get a lot done, and I will probably get a lot more done after stream. But thank you all so much for coming out. This is kind of a neat little thing. I enjoyed streaming kind of in a more casual sense. I might still do a lot of these art streams on Twitch anyway, and just say like whatever. But who knows? It was just kind of a neat thing to try, and I want to see what would happen if I streamed to YouTube again. But for now, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for Wholesomeverse Live, and other games afterwards.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.